Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday and welcome to IACC America's Virtual Connect. It's my privilege to open this 4-day festival of learning for all of you on the news that this is the largest global gathering of the IACC community in our 40-year history. Who'd have thought it, in the backdrop of what we have going on behind us today, that we would all come together in such strength? Now, this would not have been possible. We would not have been able to put on this event for you to the capacity that we have and without cost to our members, without the fearless support of our management companies. Appreciation to Sodexo, Aramark, Dolce Hotels and Resorts, Benchmark Hospitality and Flick Conference Centres. We appreciate you standing by us. Thank you to our commercial sponsors too, our virtual exhibitors who are with us and have incredible creativity to share over the next 4 days. Now, every welcome and every speech today has to sign off with some inspirational words. And mine are, this is not the end. Neither is this the beginning of the end. But certainly this is the end of the beginning. And I look forward to taking the next steps with all of you in the coming days and weeks to come. Enjoy IACC America's Virtual Connect.
It's who we are, the IACC community of hospitality professionals. Sharing learning and best practice is more relevant now more than ever. That's why we're all online, right, listening to this. Listen, I believe the future's bright. To everyone out there, from my family to yours, stay safe, stay well, and stay positive. Thanks.
Hello, Global IACC Tribe. I'll first start out by hoping that you and your families are healthy and safe, and welcome you to IACC's Virtual Connect. I'm Nancy Lindemer, and by day, you can find me representing the Rizzo Center at the University of North Carolina, Keenan-Flagler Business School in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. My side hustle is that as the president of the Americas chapter for IACC, where I have the opportunity to work with the board of directors to represent this association and the industry that we all love so much. Over the course of the next few days, you're going to hear a great deal about what the IACC team, the board, and I are doing to build awareness about the importance of meetings, training in smaller conferences, create learning opportunities for you and your team, research trends, share best practices, provide resources for you to improve your operation, and to build a community, a tribe of really passionate meeting professionals. Now, I live here in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I've had the opportunity to come across a pretty cool entrepreneur. Her name's Jess Ekstrom. Met her at spin class. She started a company called Headbands for Hope in her college dorm at one of those other schools here in North Carolina. Now, the full story of how she was inspired is, well, pretty darn inspiring. But the Cliff Notes version is that she saw that kids with cancer were wearing headbands as a way to make them feel confident and beautiful in some pretty difficult times. And no one was helping them. No one was making them for them. So that's where she jumped in. And for every headband you buy, a kid with cancer gets one. Now today, that's a kid with any kind of illness. And most recently, she is making masks, has pivoted to make masks for healthcare workers. She recently published her first book, Chasing the Bright Side. And there are many awesome and soul-lifting quotes in there. But the one thing that she talks about that keeps coming back to me when I think of this time is successful people aren't the ones that know what to do. They're the ones that are confident they can figure it out. Now, this resonates with me at my core right now because I don't know what to do. And I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in this. Here's what I do know is that I'm willing to fight to figure it out. And I'm willing to fight to figure it out with each one of you. Well, like not literally fight, but as we do this figuring out thing, we have to work together to track key data, to turn it into insights and knowledge, to evaluate approaches and provide each other with feedback. In the coming months, when we ask you for case studies, data, ask you to complete surveys, and trending information, we need your input as a contribution to this collective data because it will be invaluable for our industry. As it's our role as IACC to represent you, the top 1% of meeting venues globally. Today, in this physically distanced but socially connected world, the future will be different for each of us. And IACC leadership is up for that challenge. How else would an industry built on creating amazing meeting experiences at some awesome facilities end up hosting a virtual conference? Well, we got here knowing that the community needs each other right now more than ever, knowing that the community is craving information, knowing that this community is generous, and knowing that this community needs a connection. We also got here because we have a heck of a conference planning committee that took on the challenge of creating this event, and sponsors that through their partnership have been so generous and supportive that we're able to bring this content to each of you at no cost. We are ever so grateful to each of them. I think that our time together this week is one of the best ways that we can start to figure things out. In addition to supporting you, our members, we also share with our industry peers and organizations what we learn, as we know that the relationships we foster today will define our tomorrow. We're truly lucky to have each other, this IACC tribe, and one heck of a lineup of speakers, presentations, and over the next 4 days. And that will help us push each other forward, provoke thoughts, inspire, and engage. Now, one of the really cool things about doing this virtually is we also get an opportunity to welcome hundreds of IACC members and partners from all over the world, which is pretty awesome, right? And you'll get an opportunity to hear directly what's happening with them from my counterparts in Europe and Australia, Asia Pacific. Each of those chapters will be giving you some scoops, which is why our timing on Thursday does look a little wonky, but it's not so wonky for Australia and our Asian members because it will be there Friday morning. I am personally ever so grateful for IACC and this community, and I'm thrilled that you have decided to spend this time with us over the next few days. Again, welcome IACC global members, partners, students, media, and our supporters. Have an awesome virtual connect, and I can't tell you how much I look forward to seeing your faces in Dallas in 2021. Now, some say the glass is half full, some say the glass is half empty. I choose to remember that the glass can be refilled. Cheers.
welcome to my kitchen. I'm Sarah Blivis, the general manager of the Chauncey Hotel and Conference Center, and currently a chef at home and a school teacher. Thank you, Jonathan and Helena. And also Helena, my videographer right now. What's important to me about IAC right now? To me, it's about resources, about finding out how we're going to reopen successfully. And the webinars, IAC Shorts have been everything to me. I couldn't say enough about Cindy Novotny and how much inspiration she has been. And I'm super excited about this conference, this virtual experience that we're all going to learn a lot and be able to rebuild together.
Well, thank you for that, Sarah. And obviously you were in your kitchen ready to compete for the IAC Great Virtual Bake Off competition, which we'll be announcing the winners of at the end of this week. And thank you to Nancy as well for that insightful President's update. I thought the Headbands for Hope project was, incredible. And it just resonated so much with what we see within the IAC community, or have seen over the last few weeks. It's been truly, truly phenomenal what the IAC community has come together and done for their regional communities. So all of you are tuned into the platform. It's a great platform. We've got a number of ways to interact with you today. Let's give one of them a little bit of a test. So you can see the emoji screen above the attendee list there. So I have a question for you, and let's use the emojis to see what's going on. So first of all, thumbs up if all of you have been able to build on your culinary skills in that kitchen over the last 8 weeks. Oh my word. Okay, a few of you have been in there working out the difference between all-purpose bread and bread flour. Yeah, there are a lot of you who have definitely picked up some new skills. So now that we've got that one worked up, let's use the thumbs down for anyone who, after this lockdown goes away, will be taking a break from that kitchen and looking to another form of entertainment. Okay, probably maybe about 30-40% of you. That's awesome. Well, you've certainly found the emoji screen as well, so that is excellent. Now, our next speaker, our keynote speaker, needs no introduction. Cindy Novotny is known throughout the IAC community and is loved by all of the IAC family. There is nobody better placed to kick off IAC Virtual Americas Connect than Cindy Novotny. She has the energy, she's got the pizzazz for sure, and she's certainly got the knowledge to ignite our passion and help us all come out of this winners. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Cindy Novotny of Master Connection Associates.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying to make sure you can see me here, and let's just see. Can you see me? Yes, I think I can see all of you. Welcome to IAC, and what a title I have. Chaos creates winners, and that is no kidding. I mean, who would have thought that we in the conference center business, hospitality business, would actually be virtual? But I do want to say that, many of us were doing some hybrid meetings before this. So it's not like this is so unbelievably brand new. What's brand new is that we're not all there hugging and kissing and shaking hands. But I believe strongly we will be back sooner than later. So as I began to put together my thoughts, and some of you have been on the IAC short courses, I've talked to many of you individually. I have done individual group webinars for different IAC members. It really dawned on me that sometimes we have to look back in order to look forward. And I thought, it's not just about unprecedented times. It's not just about, well, what did we do at 9/11? What did we do at 2008? This is like nothing we've ever seen. So I began to think about all the different chaotic moments in my own life. And they went from kind of normal things, being a director of marketing at a very young age, having a child. My daughter was born. I was named director of marketing of the year, but I couldn't be there because I was having a baby. I mean, that seemed kind of chaotic at that time, but actually wasn't that bad. I got the award. I just didn't make the trip to Hawaii. But I realized at that point that I had to seriously reinvent myself. And I think we've had to reinvent ourselves every single day. And those of us that understand that are able to create a bridge to the future. We are going to look back on this, I believe strongly, and honestly say to ourselves, I can't believe I actually went through that. History will be written. This will be in all the history books for years to come. But I did look back at a book that I read back in 1991. And this woman, I feel, is incredible. You can follow her to this day. Obviously, she came up with trends. Her name is Faith Popcorn. She wrote the Popcorn Report. I read her book. She wrote 3 books, but I read the Popcorn Report probably about 6 times. And it dawned on me that much of what she predicted in 1991, not COVID-19, but what she predicted, we all did go through in the last pretty much 10, 15 years. But I wanted to take a moment and look at some of those trends that she said we would be going through. And I know we did go through them. And look at how we can reposition them today. So here we are. If I think about it, chaos is really built for people like us, people that know how to get out of the mess. We've dealt with chaos our whole life. So from the big wedding that we booked at a hotel, and it rained like crazy with no tent, but we still got everybody inside. We still created some sort of a new theme. We served hot toddies instead of the cool drink we were going to serve because it was actually freezing. We pivoted just like that. It happens all the time. And when it happens all the time, we have to remind ourselves just how resilient we really are. So some of her trends, and if you read the book, and she's written, as I mentioned, a few others, you'll see these trends. The first one was cocooning. She predicted in 1991 that we would be cocooning more, bringing ourselves into our homes, cooking more. Wow. Fantasy adventure. Who would have ever thought we would be doing all of this online? Who would think that I would be FaceTiming and doing Zoom meetings with my 86-year-old parents, doing Easter online with my family, cooking in my kitchen? Fantasy adventure. Small indulgence. That was her third trend. We'd have gotten a little bit over the top. We all wanted more and we needed bigger and better. And even in the meetings and in the events, did we help our clients see? Did we help our clients see that there were ways to do smaller meetings that were, I think better thought out, maybe more meaningful? Did we ever think of that? No, we thought about more, more, more. How much could we squeeze in? How much could we do? Now's a good time to think about all the small indulgences. Now's a great time to think about how to educate our customers on how we can actually do their event, following all the guidelines, delivering the food and beverage, the meeting, the experience at our hotel, conference center, resort in a very thoughtful way. Small indulgences. Egonomics was a trend. She said that there would come a time where we had to stop thinking about ourselves and we had to start thinking about other people. Wow. I feel like we all been thinking about other people our whole life. I have, but if I really am honest, and if you're really honest, Think about it. Have you not given more? Have you not helped out people that you didn't even know? Have you not helped neighbors, elderly people that you went shopping with? This is things that we wouldn't have been able to do in the last few years because we were so busy. We're always busy. We're always going 100 miles an hour, myself included. Cashing out. Now this trend, I'm not doing this. Okay. I don't know about you, but right now there's not a lot of cash to cash out. So we got to keep the cash so that we can get back in, right? So let's be serious. But she said there were a lot of people that absolutely were going to hang up the big corporate jobs. Now, as you look at reinventing yourself, you begin to say, no, I'm not going to get rid of my job. I love my job. But I'm here to tell you, everybody goes back to zero when the rules change. And you must look at how you're going to go back better than you went in. Please remember that. The other one, and I love this one, was down aging. Oh yeah, jazz hands. We are all younger every day, even though COVID-19 tried to kick us into stress. Absolutely. We are all younger at heart, better, because we know that down aging is great. 50 is what 40 used to be. 40 is what 30 used to be. 70 is what 60. I mean, for heaven's sakes, I should go buy a bikini. I don't know. Down aging is about a mental state of mind. And COVID-19 has tried to wig us out. But guess what? Chaos creates winners. You can't touch us. We are strong, we are resilient, and we will make it. Number 7 trend, again, 1991, staying alive. She predicted that we would start to focus on wellness. She predicted that we would start to focus on health and balance. Isn't that funny? Now everybody is all about wellness, and they have been for about the past 10 years. But we know, as a destination, as a resort, conference center, we're going to have to do more than say we have healthy coffee breaks. We're going to have to do more than say, oh, our massage therapist can come in, rub your neck for about an hour, a minute and a half during the coffee break. No. We are going to have, directors of cleanliness or hygiene. We're going to have nurses that are available to answer questions, or doctors on staff that can actually answer some questions. Staying alive is all about health and well-being, but it's about making sure we have the right answers. And as sales professionals, we aren't the doctors. We aren't the nurses. We just have to be given the right information. Now, when I say director of hygiene or cleanliness, I have to laugh because I was with Ritz-Carlton for years. We had a director of quality, and we believed we were doing it right the first time then. And I believe all of you were doing it right the first time. I think we've always been clean, and we've always had great hygiene, and all of our breaks and our continuous breaks that were so great were well thought out for the safety and well-being. But see, now we have to spell it out a little bit more. Not necessarily give them the 18-page report, but we have to be confident enough to be able to give the customer the real feeling that I can come back, I can attend a meeting, I can sleep at your conference center, your resort, and I can start to engage, because humans are supposed to engage with humans. Number 8 of her trends, which many of you have heard me talk about for a long time, the vigilante consumer. I've talked about this for probably the last 10, 15 years. As a restaurant owner, I have vigilante consumers. I'm telling you, we have a USDA prime steakhouse that we had to shut down for 3 days so we could pivot it to takeout. And you would think that all the customers would be nice. They would understand that maybe we weren't going to have everything on the menu. No. I'm answering the phone. Thank you for calling Anna's. How can I help you? I want this and this and this. Okay, well, we don't have that on the menu right now because we're kind of rotating into takeout. It's always on the menu. That's a staple. And I'm thinking to myself, wow. So as we begin to get ready to open this restaurant, which we will, by the way, and we will thrive versus survive, because we have now been only closed 3 days in 9 weeks. We will do fine. People want to go out. They want to celebrate. They want to enjoy. They want to be served. We are setting up some rules of engagement with our guests. I can't even believe I'm saying it, but the vigilante consumer, I think, is going to be more vigilante because they've been pent up in their homes. And, just as Mark asked, how many of you are going to be excited not to be in the kitchen? I mean, I thought it was fun for a few days. And then I went, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, how many of you, and go ahead and give me a thumbs up on this, how many of you want to go to a restaurant? And how many want to be served? Yes, you do. And so do I. And we can do it safely. We were doing it safely before that. We won some of the best health records in Orange County, California. That is staying alive. You just are going to have to be clever at how you make sure your guests know how to re-enter. Because what we're going to have is people, pent up excitement, hot summer sun, and alcohol. Wow. You know what that means? Whoa, crazy time. Number 9 was 99 lives. And you have already heard, okay? We have general managers that are school teachers, that are chefs, that are mixologists. They had those 99 lives before COVID-19, which I call CV-19. Oh, yeah, they had those lives. They just didn't talk about them. There isn't one of you listening. How many of you listening right now are working from home? Thumbs up. If you're working from home, thumbs up. All right, keep bringing it on. How many of you are also homeschooling? Thumbs up. Homeschooling on top of working from home. How many of you are single parents? If you're a single parent, thumbs up. If you're a single parent. Okay, if you're a single parent, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable because in addition to cooking and cleaning and schooling and doing your job, it's enough to make anybody crazy. And then the last trend is SOS, Save Our Society. I think that Faith Popcorn in 1991 was onto something. I mean, clearly she has a company called Brain Reserve. She knows what she's talking about. But Save Our Society, we have to save our business. We have to save our industry, which will save our society. I mean to tell you, if we don't get people back, if we don't get planes flying, if we don't get people going into hotels and conference centers, I'm going to tell you right now, it is going to be very, very difficult for us to continue to just do virtual. We are not meant for that. Now, there are a lot of unique things you can do. And this is your opportunity to do all of these things. I look at it this way. The fierce understand the urgency of time. So when I say you've got to go fast, very fast, I'm serious. I lived in Indianapolis for a few years when I was younger and had the privilege of going to the Indy 500. And I remember, I got to go down in the pits before women and girls got to go in the pits. And Mario Andretti said a very famous quote, which many of you have heard, I'm sure. If things are really going out of control, really feel like they're going out of control, you just aren't going fast enough. And right now, things are going under control. We were not trained for this. And we are going to have to make sure when we bring everybody back, we re-emerge them into the reality of how we're going to do this. Salespeople, even if your salespeople are furloughed, they should not be going dark. They should be in front of the customer every single day. We also have gotten caught in some kind of a trap. Should we open? Should we not? Should we have restaurant? Should we not? Should we serve alcohol? Should we not? Should we have a bar? Get out of the trap, my friends. We need to be decisive. As soon as your state or your country, because we're international, says, let's go, you have the ability to do phases, start. Don't stand back nervous. Fear breeds fear, calm breeds calm. And we know that we are focusing so much right now on operations and details that some of the salespeople have literally lost touch with how to book business. In fact, they say to me all the time, I don't even know what I would say. I don't even know how I would answer that. I don't even know, what am I going to say? Your salespeople need to make sure that they absolutely know what they want to say. They need to know, how am I going to be able to answer a customer's question? Don't make it so sciencey that it's not customer focused. Don't make it so sciencey that it's not customer focused. In addition, I think we also, it's critical that we let the separation of work from home kind of go away a little bit. I think the customer already knows a lot of us are working from home, but they know that not all of us are working from home. In many places, my office, we've, got a few people working, they're socially distanced, which I can't say that in the same thing. It's physically distanced as far as I'm concerned. But think about it. If we're constantly, oh, I'm at home, we start to lose sight of, I'm actually working now and we're booking business. Okay. So I had a question that was specifically the name of the book, and I want to make sure that I answer that. It is called The Popcorn Report by Faith Popcorn. She also wrote Clicking, which is another good one, but it is The Popcorn Report by Faith Popcorn. And I believe, could you please give us the name? Let me see a few other questions. We're open today in Denmark. Yes, with a smaller menu card, but the guests are very patient. They're just happy to come out. You are so right, Cindy. Excellent. Let me see if there's another question. I think that could be it. Okay. If there's more, we can go ahead and you can pop those up for me, and that's great. We have been focused on ourselves more than we think. I mean, honestly, and I have to say, everybody says stay safe. Okay, I've said be well, be happy. Everyone wants everyone safe. Who doesn't want people safe? But you have to begin to think about the customer. They want to get back to business as well. I'm speaking to thousands of meeting planners, and they're saying to me, what is the plan? How can we do this? Because in all reality, my friends, the meeting planners sometimes are like deer in a headlight. I don't know if you've met them. They're not all like, really, let's go. They are looking to you to give them solutions. So a few things I want you to start thinking about. One is, let's not call it the new normal. Okay, this isn't the new normal. It is never going to be the new normal for me. I've already got trainers that are out on the road. I'm booked. I'm on the road. I'm leaving. We've got all of our training and all of our speeches, all of our conferences starting in September are going. Okay, I'm going to Mexico. We're going to different parts of the US. We've got a trip to Europe that we're going to. It's places are open. All right. So you want to make sure that you are not one of those tentative people. If you are nervous, because there's going to be a lot of people nervous, it's okay. I get it. I have friends that are at high risk. I have family members that are at high risk. They're nervous. And they say to me, you're just like going too quick. I said, no, I'm not nervous. It's okay that you are. But I'm going to tell you, if you are nervous, you need to keep that to yourself and your family. If you're going to stay in the business, you need to have a positive outlook of the future. We are moving into the next normal, not the new normal. Just like I don't say social distancing, it's physical distancing. All right. Did you actually like people on top of you anyway? I mean, when you're in lines, did you ever love people shoving up against you? People that take cuts. I mean, there's some cultures that think that's totally normal. I mean, come on. I didn't like it in the first place. I mean, I'd say, excuse me, the queue's back there. Are you kidding? Don't shove in front of me like that. I mean, come on. Did you love the middle seat before this? Really? No. And honestly, think about it. They didn't serve that great of food anyway. I can pack a bite before the flight, probably have a better meal. I just want to make sure I can bring those small alcohol bottles. I did call United and ask if that will be an option. They haven't really gotten back to me. So I think about it. So here's the deal. As you're beginning to put together your plans, No more can you just say, we're working on it, we're working on phases. You need to think about density for your meeting space, okay? Obviously, it's going to go in phases. Each one of the countries listening to me right now and each one of the states here in the US are going to be listening to me differently, okay? So here's the thing, density. You've got to right now, at least in the US, have that 6 feet between. And that gives the participants the ability to be able to still be in the meeting space. I want you to be creative. I want you to take pictures of how this is set up. I want you to make it look cool and fun. I want you to come up with plans that if the meeting is 100 people and you can only put 50 in that space, 50 people will be in their guest rooms and you will be live streaming it. You all have PSAV. They're your partner here. They can absolutely help you do this, but we do not want to hear salespeople, oh, conference services, conference planning will take care of that. Don't worry. Let me just get it booked and our PSAV team. No, you need the answers. You need to know. I'm calling it the hybrid tech team. I made that up. You can use it, HTT. The hybrid tech team, my hybrid tech team, unbelievable. They're going to go ahead and figure out how we'll do this. 50 people up in the guest rooms, 50 people in the meeting. We'll live stream to the first morning of the meeting to the guest rooms. Coffee breaks will be delivered there. Can't you see it? They'll enjoy staying in their pajamas, watching the first half of the day. At lunch, they'll come out. You'll physically distance them all around using geometry. I looked at geometry, how you place the tables to go back, to go front. We're doing this in our restaurant, okay? Making it cool. In addition, there's a Michelin star restaurant here in the States that is putting mannequins, really fun mannequins in between the tables. You can even get clever. Not blow up dolls, my friends. We're talking classy looking mannequins. All right. Let's have some fun with this stuff. All right. Because I get it. There's nothing fun about a virus, but I get it. We have got to get back to work and we got to make it fun because people do not want to lose the experience. Otherwise, they're not coming to you. All right. We don't want to go into some place that is so boring and so sterile that there's no experience. We still need the experience. Is it going to create a little chaos? Oh, absolutely. But out of that, we'll become the winners. And you know what, Tim, you can go ahead. I think there was another question if you want to put that question up so I can answer it right on the spot. If there was any other ones popping up. Will we sell different services to clients in the future? So I think yes. And I think some of it that you're going to do differently is that whole hybrid tech team. I mean, and this is not about comping any of this stuff. Let me be very clear. Do not get into a price down. No discounting. Packaging just means I'm making it easier for you to do your invoicing. It doesn't have anything to do with a good deal. It means I'm going to do it. I can do an end-to-end solution. We can do all your pre-registration. I can take care of that, but they're going to pay for it. You can do a hybrid wedding. Think about it. You'll be selling a different service. Let me give you an example of one that I'm working with right now. So there's going to be 25 people here at our restaurant. We're going to do it at probably it's going to be like October. They're only invite 25 people. We've got a private room for them. We've got them all spread out. And then the other 50 people that are not going to be coming and not flying in, they're going to be watching the wedding live from their homes. We have contacted bakers in every single one of those places where they live. And the bakers are going to make a small cake, depending on the family members, of the exact cake that we're going to have here. They're going to deliver the cakes to all these homes. We're also working with catering companies in all these different cities, and we're charging for this. Obviously, they're charging for the food, but we're charging for the management, the planning of the entire event. There's going to be so many more services. I'm going to tell you right now, meeting planning services. There's a lot of meeting planners that will not be coming back. Not maybe for some of the big companies, but some of these companies have taken their meetings division and really shrunk it down. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to reach out and say, can you plan this from soup to nuts? Whoever said you have to do it all for free. There's things you can put together for that. So look at the density, look at the geography, how you place the tables, smaller settings, 90-degree angles, all the things. I mean, look at what IACC this whole year was on the meeting room of the future. Wow. It's like we're in Mars now. I mean, the meeting room of the future. And then look at your divisions that you're putting up. I've seen some pretty crazy ones, like shower curtains, that are clear. I really wouldn't go with that. That is so unbelievable. I said, so you're actually going to put shower curtains, clear plastic shower curtains. No, I don't think that's a wise choice. I don't think it's a wise choice at all. You can absolutely do things in a different way with plant dividers. I mean, not everyone, I'm going to tell you right now, is going to wear a mask. Employees will be wearing masks until they don't need to. Some will be wearing the face shields. But I'm going to tell you right now, many of these guests are not going to wear masks. There's going to be some that do, but there's going to be many that don't. And how are we gonna handle all of this? All right. You have to also look at if you have higher ceilings and your ventilation. It takes me back to the smoking days. I don't know. Some people still smoke, and I worked for Philip Morris. And I mean, I've just got to laugh when I go back to some of the things we did. Remember, go to your past to sometimes figure out that future. So Philip Morris hired me, and this was when you could still smoke in restaurants, right? And I went around throughout the whole US and I worked with all the restaurants on how to put the smokers in the back of the restaurant and then the non-smokers in the front, because they used to have where you'd walk through the smoking area if you didn't smoke. We also then worked with an HVAC company, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And absolutely, it was amazing how we were able to sell the concept of consulting on this. So you may have people that want to know, what's the HVAC look like? How can we implement some different things? You're going to have maybe not some different services, but you're definitely going to have different USPs, right? Who would have thought talking HVAC and ventilation would be so important? The other thing that I want to talk a little bit about is getting people excited to come back. And getting people excited to come back means that the anticipation of this, you saw all those emojis go by that said, I'm excited. I want to go out to dinner. You're not the only ones. Everybody does. Yesterday on Sunday, I said to my husband, we haven't gone out for ice cream since our daughter was home, because you just again, we've been too busy. But, all the ice cream parlors are open. You can't go inside, but you go and you order it. Then they bring it out in a bag. They can't make a cone because, oh my gosh, they might touch the cone, even though they're wearing rubber gloves. And even though, wow, I sat at a table that, by the way, I cleaned off those outdoor tables before COVID. I'm so over it. I would wipe down that outdoor table where the kid before me dropped all the ice cream. This is not new news, my friends. But anyway, we sat there. You would not have believed the people hustling and bustling and having their ice cream and having their fun and all the little kids running around. And, no one was walking by saying, are those two kids related? Because they seem to be like playing a little bit. Everybody was having a good time. But that's the anticipation. So what you have to do is start to create that anticipation. I get it. I'm in the state of California. This couldn't be the worst place. Okay. I don't want to be mean. I've got people from California listening, but I mean, honestly, could you just give us a date, Mr. Governor? Just give me a bloody date. Okay. I don't care. Just stop with the this phase, then that phase. And that, and New York has the same thing. Not this, but maybe that. And upstate New York's going, excuse me, could we just open? We've got, trees. I mean, it's like, wow. So just give us a date. I mean, it's like somebody says to you, you're going to go on a 5-hour flight. And about 5 hours in, they say, oh, we have 6 more to go. I mean, stop changing the bloody rules. Just let us figure it out. Because the moment they give us the date is the moment you can create the anticipation. Now, again, some of you are open. Some of you I'm talking to already in Europe. Some of you are open. My customers in Texas, they're open. They're out there. We've been already in Houston with some of the resorts, helping them do some of the, it's like a new opening, bringing people back in and training. But that anticipation has got to be given by the salespeople. Now, the second part of any event, any meeting, is the actual experience. And I'm going to tell you right now, if we make this so awful, they won't come back. They'll be doing hybrid meetings like this. The rest, they'll go, we don't need to do that. We're not going to have a meeting for like 3 or 4 years. So don't do that. Don't make it like, well, we have to do this. They're making us do this. I can't even believe that. I don't agree. I mean, our owner's nervous. Okay, stop. Just say, we've put in a lot of exciting things. We've got music here. We're going to do this. We're going to have lawn concerts. Some of you have beautiful outdoor space. It is summertime. I mean, that's one thing we all have in common. I figure it out. Get people outside as much as you can. Do all the creative type of meetings we've always said we could do, but create that experience that says they'll want to come back. But the one thing we have to bet on is the memories. The memories. All those unbelievable memories that they had with us before. Remember, go to the past to move to the future. Get on the phone with them. Show them some of the pictures that you took during their meeting last year. Talk about how we're going to do it a little differently this year, but we're still going to have the meeting. Engage them in the emotion of the excitement. You can also help them to maybe restructure. Maybe they have 4 small meetings and we use our IAC family for that. Maybe you're an independent and you're only one. You have an entire IAC family right here. So we could do one in Texas. We could do one on the East Coast. We could do one on the West Coast and one in, the northern part of the US. Think about it. And they can all go simultaneously. They can all be in smaller groups where they didn't have to travel so far. And you, independent conference center, can manage the whole thing. You can give the lead, but you'll be working with that hotel. You'll be helping manage it, run it, but you've got to go to them with that. You've got to help them with that. There's a lot of services that you're going to be able to do, but this is also where social media comes in. Far too many people have gone dark. Far too many people have lost it. I'm telling you, when I say go dark, I know I've said it 3 times. It's like, so people are like, I haven't done anything because I've been furloughed and I can't get out of the moment. I mean, it's just, I just keep looking at, my backyard. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, stop it and stop it now. You need to position yourself as a business professional, even if you got laid off. Because some of you listening right now might have gotten laid off, but you tuned in for this anyway. So what you want to do is on social media, you want to make sure you're informing people all the time. Positive outlook of the future. Positive. You want to make sure every day you're giving updates on meetings of the future, how we're going to do it, hybrid tech talk, all these things, promoting and informing so you can be, and I don't care if you have a job or don't have a job listening to me right now, you are a subject matter expert in meetings. Show it, tell it, inform it, train it, educate it. All right. Then on social media, you have to inspire people. No one wants to hear the down and outs. Nobody wants to hear one more political joke, one more joke about the virus, no more about the mask. I mean, I'm not going to one more Zoom gala. I'm over it. Okay. I actually like dressing up the whole body, not just waist up. All right. No, over it. So what you want to do is start to inspire people. I said this on a couple of the IAC shorts, but I would be remiss if I didn't say it here. My dad, who's 86, told me that during World War II, you couldn't buy a car, and Ford was not even making cars. They lived in Michigan at the time, and they were making, parts for guns and all kinds of stuff. He said, but Ford never stopped advertising and inspiring people and always saying, there's a Ford in your future. Well, there's a meeting in my future. There is absolutely a wedding, a party, an employee engagement session, a product launch, an auto show. There's a meeting in our future. And that's what you have to do. Inspire people to have meetings. People connect with people, regardless of what anybody says. We are meant to be together. We are meant to be together. And then you can entertain. Now, this is where a little fun comes in. This is where you can do a little bit of fun, showing how you're cooking in your kitchen, showing knife skills, showing how to blend a great cocktail. This is where you're entertaining people. I know that video is about 20 times more successful than words. I think it's like 1.8 million words can be replaced by just a 2-minute video. So are you doing videos of the property, of the hotel, the conference center? Are you showing, here's what's going on right now. Look at our new dining area. Look at our new pool area where we're going to have people that you can dine outside. Are you showing videos? Of course, your marketing team's doing this, and bless your marketing team and your director of marketing and all your well-curated stuff you're doing. That's all fine and dandy. But people want to hear from you, my friends. They want to hear from you. People buy from people. 84% of decisions are made by referrals, and they want to hear from you. Don't diminish your value. Every single one of you listening right now has huge value. And now more than ever, you need to show it. Those that are showing up, those that are absolutely putting themselves out there are the ones that are going to reap the benefits in the future. Remember, chaos creates winners, because either you fall apart and say, I got to get out of this business. No one's ever going to have a meeting. No one's ever going to have another event. Or you figure out how to make the meeting happen. You figure out how to create the event. That's how you entertain. That is how you truly learn that you're going to make a few mistakes. I get it. Oh my gosh, we make mistakes every day. But you have to really look at how you are refocusing. When I looked at the popcorn report, I sat there and thought to myself, amazing. And then I went back and I thought, okay, let's go back to my chaos again. I think about it, and I think about the hurricanes, in Texas. My daughter lost everything in Ike. It was chaos. Look at New Orleans. Look at Harvey in Houston. Places flooded, places closed. And yet everybody pulled themselves up and went to work. When you look at refocusing, you have to look in the mirror and ask yourself a really big question. What value did you bring before COVID? Really? Why were you better than anyone else? Make a list of 10 points. Then call your boss and ask your boss, genuinely tell me 10 things that I'm really good at. See if the list matches up. Hopefully they come up with 10. If they don't, call me. We'll work on a program, okay? But hopefully they'll come up with 10. But they might be 10 completely different things. And you know why? Simply because the reason is that people view others differently than you view yourself, without a doubt. You are going to be judged on how you act right now for the future. That's what's going to be in the history books. So as you refocus, think about your buyers and think about the mindset. Think about, what are they going through? When you pick up the phone and call them, and when you're calling them now, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to just say, how are you? Oh, how are you? I mean, really? How are you? You know how we are. But what challenges can I help you with? They're living in chaos too. Your job is to help them. Christine from Denmark made a point. We are opening, and we've got a smaller menu card, and guests are being very patient, and they're just happy to come out. That's what they want to do. They're just happy to come out. I mean, of course, Denmark versus the Real Housewives of Orange County. I mean to tell you, Christine, I want my people to be patient when we open. But the Real Housewives, they're going to be looking for that burrata and Brussels sprout for sure. Okay. And even if it's not Brussels sprout season, they're like, figure it out. So we know that as you refocus, you also have to retool. So I want you to think about it. And this is a training deal. Okay. Are you training right now? This is the best time to be getting servers, getting people on these calls and saying, here's how we're going to introduce our new menu. Here's how we're going to be able to take the reservations. Here's what we're going to be able to say. This is going to be extremely important. Don't wait till you're open and then at lineup. Okay, everybody, when you answer the phone, no. And when people are not working, and even if they're laid off, I get it. I've got a whole group of servers that are on unemployment, and we're trying to get them to come back, and they're making more on unemployment. And I said to them, we have a today team and a tomorrow team, because unemployment doesn't last forever, my friends. So if you want to be a part of the future, you will be a part of today. All I need you to do is be on a few calls with me. Learn how we're going to open this restaurant. I can't wait till I open the door. And the same thing applies to all of you. I said the same thing to my team. There's a today team and a tomorrow team. I said to my team, I kept my 10 corporate people working, but the trainers were all furloughed. I said, those of you that want to help with webinars, you'll be a part of the future. Those of you that don't, just so you know, this is a tough time. Chaos creates winners. Just because you want to go home and plant your garden, I've heard it 100 times. Oh, this pause has given me so much time to plant my garden. I hated planting when I didn't have a pause. Why would I plant a garden now? I like the bloody flowers, let them grow. I think the weeds are just as pretty. At some point, there is a time that you can pause all you want. But if you think like an independent entrepreneur, whether you're being paid or not, you're going to volunteer to try to help. When people say to me, well, we're furloughed, we're not allowed to. No one said I can't email you or call you on Gmail or your cell phone. Why do you get to go volunteer and help everybody else, but you're not going to help the business that you just left try to come into the future? This doesn't make sense. And this is chaos. And I know I'm a bit of a radical mentor. I get it. And I know some people, one person said to me the other day, you're like Marmite. Oh yeah, the Brits will know what this means. Some people said you're like Marmite. Okay. Some people love you, some people don't. I'm like, wow. I actually like Marmite. I like Vegemite too from Australia. So there. So it doesn't really matter because I am in chaos and I will be a winner and I will get out of this. And that's where the retooling comes in. We have to train people while we're doing this. What more can you do? Webinars and virtual, experiences like this, but then that only takes this much time. And then what do you do? Okay, let me go bake another cake. I've made more banana bread than you can imagine. You also have to come out of the trenches. Okay, too many people just went hunkered down. All right, this is a bit of a war, I get it, but there's no bombs. Okay, so just please come out of the trenches. Come out of the trenches, so show your head and say, I'm here. Come up with new ideas. When was the last time you actually invented a new idea? I've said for years, and many of you know I've said this, we leave more money on the table. We act like we have to outsource everything. Somebody wants to go to a winery. Oh, I'll call somebody who can set you up with a bus. Why can't you do that? I'm all about partnering and working with our DMCs, but why can't we work better together? Why can't we all win? Why can't we figure out a way to make sure we are able to capture some of that revenue at the same time? Why? Because we're in the trenches. And then we have to rebound. So when I think about what the rebounding will look like, all right, and I want you to come up with some questions because we have about 5 minutes left. And I want any questions, and Tim, if there's any questions, you can put them up before I start to pull this all together. If we truly rebound the right way, we will be more successful than we ever were. And we are going to have probably lower staff when we first open, but that's the tomorrow team. We have to have a communication plan that will allow every single employee to know the right things to say, every single employee to handle the person that is a guest that may not be following the rules, whatever the rules may be. We have to simplify operations. I want you right now, if you haven't put together a plan of your systemic problems, and some of you heard me talk about this, we went into COVID here, we're going to come out here. This dip in the middle was COVID. All the problems we had before we went in, we will have coming out unless we take this time to fix it. Market segments, how we turn things over to conference planning, how we can actually take care of making sure we keep everything on property, how we're more creative, all these same problems we had. And our job is to create that list. I want you to remember, and I'll come to that question in 2 seconds. If we deny people, and I said it already 3 times, the experience they're looking for, they just won't come back. They just won't come back. This said, thinking of banning all delegates over 50 to reduce risk. Is that too outrageous? For me, it is too outrageous, but I don't know, Alistar, where you are. I don't know how big your property is. To me, if I can sleep, 100 people, I'm going to bring 100 people back. I might not put them all in the meeting room. I might put 50 and do what I said about rotating. I don't think it's outrageous if I'm following the rules and regulations. I mean, at some point, we are going to start to see an end to this. We have flattened the curve in many places. And remember, for us, they said 15 days to flatten the curve. Oh, yeah. That was, of course, 10 weeks ago. So think about it. If we deny our guests what they want, and you heard Christine, they're so excited to be back. Why would I make them feel like they're coming into not a hospitality place? Also, I want you to also remember this. And please, as we end, I want you to remember that innovation comes from people that are sometimes just hanging on by the thread. All right? Some of the people that create some of the most incredible things come out of chaos. Some of the best leaders come out of chaos. But I know some leaders right now that have absolutely not done a good job. They haven't communicated. They haven't talked one-on-one. They haven't had a positive outlook of the future. You know, I think that this crisis, as much as I can't even believe it or stand it, is the championship game of leadership. It really is. It is putting our money where our mouth is. It is showing that we will rise or we will shrink. I'm going to rise. I've always figured out a way to make more money. I've always figured out a way to come up with something different. You know, even our restaurant, I've convinced the police to let us take part of the street, big pots, block it off, so that we can actually serve out there. I said, you know, they do it like in Italy. The cop said to me, well, this isn't Italy. I said, I know, but they do it in Italy. Let us do it here. I said, you miss Hannah's, don't you? And he looked at me. Okay, I guess we don't need that one left-hand turn. I said, no, we don't. I said, we'll get big pots, the barriers, you know, the same bloody things we put up after 9/11. Come on, people. Now is the time to rise to the occasion of chaos, and out of it will come those winners. Tim, I think we have a few more questions. I'll answer those and then I'll wrap it up. I want to make sure I understand. Are you encouraging managers to encourage laid off employees to work for free? And if they don't, their future of the company tomorrow? No, I'm not, Isaac. I'm not encouraging them. I'm asking them to volunteer to possibly be on a webinar to be trained on how to come back. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That is free training. If you can't do it legally because of the laws wherever you are, and you want us to train them, and it is free, you can have us reach out to them. We will give them the training they need. We're training reservations teams that are laid off. We are training people. They sign up on Gmail. I'm not saying they won't be a part of the future, but let's be honest. We need everybody to roll up their sleeves and be a part of it. I'm not saying they don't get their unemployment. I'm asking them to volunteer to learn. Any other questions? I think that's it. So with that, have a great conference. Remember, VConnect is right now. I'll see you in person at the next IACC conference. Thank you.
So Cindy, thank you so much for that session. And if I can, I'll bring Cindy back on just for a moment, because I wanted to share just some insights from some of the work that we're doing. You were talking about preparing the room layouts and, you know, and to thinking about how you respect the social distancing. And just to let you know, whilst we've seen some examples of our members start to provide some creative layouts for meeting rooms, we recognize that this is new territory. So we're actually partnering with All Seated at the moment, and with our friend Mike van der Wever of Mind Meeting. So not only are we looking at how technology like All Seated 360 room layouts can respect the social distancing, and their latest update does do that. You can just tick a box and it will respect the 2 meters distancing, and you'll get a great big red cross when that doesn't work. That helps. But we're also looking at it from a perspective of the intentioned outcomes, the learning outcomes, the type of event that it is, because certain layouts may be good for maximizing space, but we do have to think about still the objective of that meeting and will that layout work. So although we're not there yet, I wanted to make that reference to something that's coming in terms of guides that we're working on with those
Fabulous.
great
Fabulous.
partners.
Yes.
And sorry, do carry on.
No, I was going to say that's exactly my point. You have to have those guidelines, and everybody listening now, and that's the beauty of being a member of IAC is that they're going to get those. So, but then the key will be that the sales managers have the correct vernacular to talk to the clients.
Yes, absolutely. And the point that you made over and over again in very different ways, but it all comes back to this, is we may not know the answer, Cindy, at the moment, and we're certainly still in a position of not knowing so much. But what we can do is we can give a sense of preparedness. We can share the activity that we're undergoing at the moment to be ready. And that in its own right is an incredibly positive message that we can give to our customers. And I'm sure there are so many examples of our members around the world that are doing that are being creative, that are turning their businesses into something different. And it may be temporary, but then again, we may just hold on to one or two of those bright spots and take them into our new future. Thank you so much for kicking us off in a way that we knew that you would. It was incredibly inspiring. You've been an absolute rock for the last 8 weeks. You have done so much with the IAC community. And I know you've been doing a huge amount worldwide, because normally at 7 a.m. when I've been on a session with you, you're already 2 in before you speak to me. I know personally from following you on Facebook, you got your United Million Mile recognition recently. Is that right?
4 million miles.
4 million. I've totally undersold you then. Well, I am going to put some good money on the fact that you will be the one that gets Zoom's High Earner Achiever Award by the end of all of this, because boy, do you know that platform very well. Also, it's good to know that your gardener is safe in a job. They're not going to be going anywhere soon. And that retailer of those miniature wines in the airport, their job's safe too as well. But all joking aside, we really do value everything that you've done for us. So Cindy, you're going to be joining us along with Stacey at least 2 other times in the week, and then there's a technology session that we'll welcome you back for on Thursday as well. So we look forward to you being part of Connect for at least the next 3 days. But thank you so much for your energy, your time, your passion, and your determination today.
Thank you all. And I will be a part of this conference through the next few days. So thank you.
Okay, now it's my pleasure. We've listened to Nancy, our America's president. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to Sean Anderson, IAC's global president. And just a few weeks ago in February, we were together for the IAC Global Board meeting in Brisbane alongside the Australia Asia Pacific Conference. We spent 3 days productively setting out our roadmap for the future. And although much has changed and the global boards and our chapter boards have turned very quickly, provided new information, new value to the members just at this time when you need it, but also, as you'll hear from Sean, there are some of those initiatives that were important back then, and they are as important, if not more important, in the future. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to IAC's President, Sean Anderson.
Global pandemic, people and businesses hurting, 94% cancellation rate. Those are tough facts to face, but that's just the beginning of this story. Through my career, I visited and operated venues around the world, from Sydney, Melbourne, and Auckland to Brussels, Barcelona, and London, all across Europe, the UK, the US, and Canada. In my personal experience, I have never seen a more passionate or socially connected community than today's global IAC village. The realities of today are genuine, but IAC never backs down from a challenge. In early March, we had an amazing AAP chapter conference in Brisbane. Enthusiasm was at an all-time high, and we locked in our strategy for IAC world domination. Well, that world changed dramatically the next 2 weeks, but IAC never stopped. Our global initiatives have never been more on point. Let me share. We launched a global social responsibility platform, our IAC Better Tomorrow plan. Now, the driver here is to elevate the conversation beyond sustainability and instead leverage the full 360-degree benefit that meetings and events have on society. There's three pillars: people, community, and environment, which includes sustainability and a focus on reduced food waste. Let's start there. As soon as the news of C-19 hit, we learned of IAC venues from Delaware to Denmark mobilizing food drives, supporting local schools and communities, and redirecting food resources toward our most needy. Community, that's all about the power of leveraging meetings to enhance where we meet and live. IAC members have done an amazing job of placing others before self. IAC venues lead the way with a truly contagious commitment to social responsibility. Also, our people pillar, specifically educating people, our members, attendees, planners, and owners, on the power of what can be accomplished when you bring people together. Now, on that topic of education, IAC is an industry lead, providing webinars and online learning for over 2,500 people in just over a month and a half. That does not include the record global attendance and record domestic attendance at this event. On global research and trends, I encourage you to review the IAC website and dive into the incredible resources to give you a jump start to create your own C-19 recovery program. Our IAC Meeting Room of the Future research. We will publish this project again in June, delivering valuable insight and current feedback from venues and meeting professionals around the world. Our ever-popular Global Copper Skillet. While the typical contests take a pause, we are investing opportunities to keep this alive through virtual events where we can tap into the creative genius of our culinary talent and have some fun along the way. All of this success is your success, driven by the incredible membership that is IAC and our CEO, Mark Cooper. I'd also like to congratulate our Americas chapter on this first ever Virtual Connect. When I first asked about converting to a virtual approach, the intent was simple: create a forum for connection, deliver it on a global basis, and on some level demonstrate a how-to for our members. In typical fashion, the newly crowned VCPC exceeded all expectations to create something truly special, extending the benefits of your annual chapter event into something for the world to see. Now, people ask me all the time about the future. Short term is unpredictable. When will states, provinces, and countries get comfortable with gatherings of 50 to 100 plus people? And when will those people be confident we can keep them safe? We're turning that corner carefully and cautiously. My prediction? IAC is incredibly well positioned. As meetings and events grow, smaller meetings, more regional in nature, will be the first to recover. That is absolutely IAC's wheelhouse. You will lead the way forward. Long term, here's a profound thought. I don't believe our current situation will fundamentally change the meetings industry. History has taught us there will be doubters, there will be a pause, but after we get it figured out, face-to-face meetings will have more meaning and be more popular than ever. Now, will we have reinvented food programs, redesigned meeting spaces, stronger health standards, and will we more effectively blend in person with hybrid, virtual, and back channels? And will the result be better and more inclusive face-to-face meetings? Absolutely yes on all counts. So I don't believe C-19 will change the direction of the meetings industry. It will accelerate growth and evolution by 5 to 10 years, and IAC's track record for innovation is incredibly strong. So in closing, I hope today finds all of you and your family and your colleagues healthy and safe. Nothing more important than that. I've learned a lot these past couple months. Today's challenges are real. What you'll hear this week is about optimism and growing stronger than before. I've learned that everyone navigates this situation uniquely. For some, IAC is one of many bright points in their day, an exciting place to grow and thrive. Others struggle differently. For them, IAC is an arm over the shoulder because nothing feels better than being surrounded by family and loved ones. Either way, together we are stronger. The top 1% of meeting venues on the planet are resolute and ready to lead. Thank you.
Heidi Lapka, Membership Relations and Meetings Manager for IAC America's chapter. I'm joining you today from my home outside of Chicago, Illinois. I have the fortunate experience to speak with many of you throughout the year, and I look forward to hearing from you regarding ways in which we can provide more value to you during this time. If you can think of any topics or resources, drop me a line, and I look forward to supporting you this year. Have a great conference experience. Be well.
Hi, everyone. We will get through this. I know we will. And there'll be positive changes at the other end. One change that I hope is that we recognize how the planet has recovered during this quarantine, and we change our behaviors accordingly in the future.
Hi, IAC. This is Steve Sackman from Convene. Whenever we're faced with challenging times, I can always count on our industry and IAC for really stepping up and finding new ways to innovate. Also, in the face of an ever-changing landscape, I'm most proud that as an industry, we're looking for ways to really ensure the health and safety and well-being of our customers and our associates and members. Thanks, IAC, for everything that you do, and so glad that you've moved forward with the conference virtually, and looking forward to seeing everyone at next year's conference in person.
Well, I have it on good authority that TJ Famano only fell into that babbling brook the once when he was cutting that video. But again, great to see those messages from the IAC members, and also for Sean's presidential address there, and to know that the IAC Better Tomorrow social responsibility program is live, and we have a dedicated webpage and lots of content that is starting to build already. Of course, lots and lots of material that the IAC members are providing us, because you're doing such wonderful things in your communities. So when we planned this event in Dallas, one of the center pieces for the event was the IAC meeting room of the future. We were super pumped up to be able to deliver an IAC showcase environment where we had a string of panel sessions, of educational learning within this really creative space. Of course, we've had to put that on hold until March next year, but what we haven't put on hold is bringing all of those discussions to the fore now and embedding them in Virtual Connect, because now more than ever, the future of meeting and conference venues is critical for us to be able to understand that. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome back to an IAC conference now. It must be his fourth or fifth that he's been a part of. Mike van der Wever from the Netherlands, from Mind Meeting. Mike is going to facilitate a panel session with some global industry giants. That is Terry Bickham from Deloitte. We have Hunter Clayton from Gensler. And we have our very own Ellen Sinclair from Benchmark Hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, the future for meetings and conference spaces is about to take place. Thank you.
Well, and a good morning to all of you from me as well, here from Utrecht in the Netherlands. I may be one of the people who are way out there compared to most of you. And as Mark just indicated, we're going to do a session which is focusing on the future for meeting and conference venue spaces. We would have wanted to do this in a meeting and venue space, a real one, originally at IAC Connect, late March, maybe early April. We've pivoted to a virtual version of this panel, and I would really like immediately to introduce my panel members to you. For this session, I'm going to explain, before we actually start, with the who, the what, and the how for this session. And the who, if all is well, should now be coming online and should indeed turn their cameras on, as some of them are asking me in the chat box. First, could we have Hunter Clayton, who is the principal and co-managing director with Gensler from Houston. Hello, Hunter. Hi. Good to have you here.
Hey, pleasure.
I think one of the reasons why you are part of this panel is because in previous occupations you actually designed meeting spaces, didn't you?
I did actually.
Tell
I
us a bit
ran
about
development
that.
for MGM Resorts for about a decade, so definitely did a lot of conference centers and convention centers.
Right. Good. Next on, I'd like to welcome Terry Bicking, who is the Managing Director for Career Growth and Development with Deloitte. Terry, can you make it to the virtual session by switching your camera on now?
Yes, I believe it is. It should
Good.
be.
It's the bottom at the it's the button at the top of the center
Right.
of your right.
Yep.
So if you find that, then we'll all be able to enjoy
Yes,
seeing you
absolutely.
and to hear
Uh,
you.
all right, we'll get it to work there shortly. I keep clicking on it. I can see myself. You just can't see me.
All right. Okay.
So,
While you can are you multitasking? Can you answer a question while you're
oh, of
clicking?
course. Yes.
Good. Good. So just to have an idea, how many people on average go through any kind of education and so? And there you are. Hi. Good to see you. How many people go through any of your training or activities? Because it's definitely not going to be just training. It's much more varied, of course, what you do with the Deloitte Academy. But how many people do you accommodate every year?
Oh gosh. Well, in the U.S. alone, it's about 5 million learning hours a year.
Wow.
So it's it's a huge audience. Of course, not all of that is live. Historically, about 60% of that has been live. So somewhere around 3 million learning hours a year in a classroom setting. Now that's going to change as we move forward from where we are now. But yeah, it's a pretty significant volume.
I would say so. Yeah. Okay. And last but not least, to add to this panel is the lovely Ellen Sinclair, who was coming online now with us. Morning, Ellen. Hi. Although it's afternoon here, I always have to make that adjustment. Um, as we all know, Ellen is a long-standing IAC member, and she's served on various committees. And right now, she's the chair of the Meeting Room of the Future initiative that IAC has been conducting for several years. Of course, Ellen is also the Senior Vice President for Operations with Benchmark. Ellen, what are some of the things that you are already willing to share with us about this year's research for Meeting Room of the Future? Oh, I think you should also unmute your mic before getting on.
Here I am.
There you are. Now everybody can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The meeting room of the future continues to evolve, but I think the group of experts and panelists that we've had involved over the years have been pretty smart because we're seeing the trends continue, and some of the conversations that we've had in the past have proven correct. The things that we have identified as being important going forward have actually become those important items that you're going to be looking for, both in the design of the physical space as well as the design of the event itself. So COVID has only served to accelerate some of that. So looking forward to being able to share more specifics here in June when the information is disseminated.
Okay, great. Yeah, Sean already mentioned that as well. We're not moving into a totally different space. We're moving ahead more quickly, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's already a really good first conclusion after 5 minutes of a session. Excellent. Okay, the what I think by now is clear. We're going to talk about meeting rooms for the future in the company of our panelists. The how yet isn't clear. How we're going to do this? Well, I will challenge the participants to actually predict that future. And in order to do that, I'm not going to just ask them to do it off the cuff, but we're going to use some age-old future prediction, fortune teller divination techniques. I'll explain them one by one as they come, and then I'm going to ask the panel, well, having seen what you see, what do you see for the future? We're not going to use the crystal ball; it's too obvious. So we've got some other techniques to use in order to predict the future, and all of that is going to show us what the future holds for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the panel, the first technique we're going to use is the age-old technique of what is called ornithomancy. This is predicting the future based on flight patterns of flocks of birds. So what we're going to do now, I'll ask Mehdi, who is behind the scenes, and I think we should have a great round of virtual applause passing through the screen already for Mehdi. So if everybody could do that now, that would be great, and that will encourage Mehdi to continue as hard as he has done over the past, I don't know, 3-4 weeks. Here's the video. These patterns of flying starling flocks tell us something about the future. Make notes, panelists. You may need them. Okay, Mehdi, could we have the second video? We've got another one from a slightly different perspective, so we can get some more input, right? Okay. You can stop it there. Who would of the three of you would like to kick off? What did we see? What does that mean for the future of meeting rooms?
Well, I'll go ahead and start off. So what immediately struck me, other than I think they were probably flying a little bit too close for 2020, but the people in the future, as currently, will go to conferences for, in my mind, really two things, and that's to connect and to learn from each other. And what I saw in the flocks of birds is that just a need from nature to be together with other people.
Humans are intrinsically a social species.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
You can't become a human being without other human beings. You can't be a human being without other human beings.
Right.
Neither can starlings, evidently. We starlings, not human beings, of course. Yeah, Alan, what did you see?
Flocks, and you see them all the time. Those are very dramatic pictures, but birds do flock together for lots of different reasons, for the community that Terry was mentioning, but also for safety and security. And I think one of the things that we need to look at from a meeting perspective going forward is the fact that people are going to work with people they trust. For that same sort of safety. Am I going to have success in my meeting? How can I be effective in my meeting? But cultivating that sense of trust is so important. We've always been very consultative in our approach to meeting planners as operators. And I think now they're looking for us to be more directive, because we know what's going to work in the environments that we're providing for them. We're going to make sure that they're safe in this world of virus that we have to deal with now, but also in the future, and that we're effective, so that our event profile is such that it delivers on what the meeting planner needs. And that systemic culture that we create at our conference centers has got to be so apparent and obvious in every way that we do interact with our guests, and help them question the why of what they're doing. Is it just habit that we've always done it this way? But is there something different that we can step out and try with the trust relationship we have with our operators?
Right. Building the trust, that's connected to credibility. What do you think in terms of the professionalization of the industry in general? What are the implications of that?
I think it's basic to what we need to do. We have some very dynamic experts in our field, such as you, Mike, who help us as an outside consultant coming in. But our event planners are passionate professionals that take advantage of opportunities for education, such as Cindy Novotny was talking about in the first session. And we've become experts at what we do, and you can rely on the impact that you're going to have both on your company goals, your organization goals, but also as the individual goals are achieved.
Right, thank you. Hunter, what did the birds conjure up in your mind as a fortune teller?
Sure. The birds were speaking to me, no doubt. I think there's a foundation here, and without a doubt, it is a sense of community. And I think, Ellen, you mentioned a lot about safety, security, health. That is a cornerstone to whatever we do now and as we go forward. But I think there's a little bit of a tactical element here that we need to really grasp as well. In that a lot of moving parts, things that worked great a few months ago in the what I'll call the old now. There's some things that are starting to happen now, which I'll call the now. But there's other things that will evolve in our industry that we need to start embracing, which is what I'll look to as the new now. So between the three nows, it's really understanding how we embrace our own human nature and how we want that sense of community to flourish, to thrive. And I think a lot of that roots itself into our current crisis. And I heard Cindy talk about chaos. The Chinese character for the word crisis is chaos and opportunity. So it's up to us within our current thinking to embrace the short-term adjustments we need to make to grow our market, to grow our industry, but also understand what that really means for the longer term. And I'll give you a couple of examples. In previous crises, we've gone through 9/11, and there was some thinking, and after that disaster, that the human comfort zone is really going to be in an office building that's maybe 12 stories or shorter. That didn't last very long. Obviously, we figured out how to really focus on security, and we're all living and working in very tall towers once again. We had Harvey as a disaster that tore through Houston, and there was some common thinking there that, gosh, no one's going to ever want to work on the ground floor again. Well, lo and behold, we figured that one out, and we're perfectly fine working on ground floor through floors 3 and 5. So again, we reacted and we shifted. But there was one individual that decided to get on a plane one day and light his shoes on fire. And there was a common thought that, gosh, going into airports, we need to all make sure that we take our shoes off. That one stuck to the wall. So we still do that in terms of common security process going forward. So within our industry, what are the things that stick to the wall? What do we carry out of this that creates the trajectory that launches our growth once again? And how do we own it? So that's where I think the birds are telling us to move forward, to look at short term now and look at future now and carry ourselves forward.
Great, thanks for that. Meanwhile, for the just a second, I would like to invite all of our attendees, if they have any questions for the panel, to type them up in the chat box, and the ever diligent Mark Cooper will be the filter to send those questions onto our screen. But before doing that, Terry, you wanted to add something there. Please go. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Just one other observation I had from watching the birds flying, and again, I come at this from a user of the spaces, a learning and development professional. And one thing I noticed, even though the flocks were overwhelmingly cohesive, and as we all three of us have talked about, the need for that connection. occasionally you would see one fly off by itself. You would see one decide to go in a different direction. And that was a pretty regular, if random, event in both of those videos. And I think the takeaway from there as well, that although we still need the opportunity in space to connect, that human connection, many attendees also need the opportunity to disengage and go in a different direction or have time away for reflection. So I thought that was interesting, watching how some of the birds were fine with the group for a while, but then they needed to spin off. And we need to consider that, not just in the old now, like Hunter was saying, but in the future now. When we are coming back together, in different ways and more regularly.
Right. Thank you. And as a biologist, obviously, I'm tempted to add that these are the starlings, the peregrine falcon, like particularly. But let's hope that they live dangerously and make it. Do we have any questions before we move on to our next techniques for predicting the future? Because we've already moved ahead, I can see in the presentation. But yes. Okay, here's a question from Alex Cabanas. For you, Terry, Deloitte's a major global player in training and meetings in person, clear by the global commitment to invest in private facilities, while the here and now will be more virtual. How is this changing Deloitte's commitment to in-person meetings, if at all?
No, it's a great question, and it's having some profound effect on how we will meet in the future. So, 8 or so weeks ago, we went to like most others, we went to entirely remote working and learning at the firm. No live meetings. We've decided through the end of the calendar year. And the reason that we decided that, there are multiple reasons, but one relevant to the question here is we found out very quickly that we could be very effective serving our clients, but also learning remotely. Now, typically, over the past 10 years, every year it worked out where about 60% of our learning was done in a live environment, and about 40% was done virtually, either asynchronously, like e-learning courses, or synchronously through technology like this. But we actually have a couple of efforts underway. One, okay, how can we work differently in the future? And second, how can we take the lessons, not just from working, but also how we've learned to change that mix? And we're talking about it not in terms of, okay, is it 60% versus 40%, or is it 50-50, or what is it? But more, what is the right mix? Not just how much of each venue. So to answer your question, Alex, it's changed pretty significantly. We will be doing a much larger percentage of learning, largely due to the tools that we have at our disposal now in the future, virtually.
For the other two, if you think of the fact that what you want for the live meetings, for the in-person meetings, is for them to be more effective than in the past, because the sort of the competition between online and offline has shifted, and this is what Terry just said. What does that mean for meeting spaces?
And I'll start, or
go ahead, Ellen. Yeah,
go ahead, Ellen.
It certainly presents a problem today and in the future on how we create meeting spaces, and looking to what our clients are telling us, as Terry had mentioned, that things are going to change. We know that, but we also know that live meetings and live learning is still going to continue. So how do we then create the space that can be flexible to be able to provide the environments that are needed for experiences, but also how do we, in each of our facilities, create unique spaces that aren't necessarily a meeting room. Over the years, we've talked about meeting room of the future is not a room. It's spaces that we create, special spaces throughout our facilities, and IAC is the master of this. And certainly Gensler is as well, because that is what's going to help us to satisfy both the group goals as well as those individual goals, the personal goals that Terry was referring to. So it's not, again, a total left turn, but we've now hit the gas and we've got to move a lot faster to create these spaces for people.
I'm hearing flexibility, spaces that allow for experiential learning, and rooms which are not or spaces which are not necessarily meeting rooms.
Right.
Yeah, Terry, anything to add to that?
Well, I was going to say, Ellen's exactly right, and the pressure on organizations like IAC and others is to ensure that when we do come together live, because we will, it's absolutely not going away. We're talking about a shift, not a wholesale change. That those events are even more experiential and more indispensable than they have been in the past. I think the meetings and events that are more likely to go virtual are those ones where it's simply just a sharing of information. So instead, we're going to value more spending time getting on planes, flying somewhere, and having a venue where those events are much more interactive, much more experiential, and collaborative.
Right. Thank you. Okay, let's move to our next divination technique. Our next way that from old lore people would predict the future. I'm going to show you these two pieces of cheese. Because the next technique we're going to use is called tyromancy, which is predicting the future based on the patterns of holes in cheeses. Now, this is a true piece of Swiss Emmental, so it's known for its holes, but in fact, there aren't all that many. And this is a piece of really fresh Dutch cheese that I just bought on today's market. And here you can see a really intricate pattern of holes. So if you look at this, dear panel members, what can you tell us about the future of meetings from your infinite wisdom?
Well, I'll jump into the cheese conversation here. In the past, we've talked about moving our cheese. Now we're looking at it to tell us where to move to. So it's interesting. What I saw in the cheese, and personally, I'm not necessarily a Swiss cheese fan, so I'm going to go with the Dutch cheese. And it's smaller holes. It's more closely placed together. And it's what we were talking about as an IAC plus, is that our meetings are going to be smaller. They're going to be more frequent, and they're going to be regional. So they're going to be closer together. It's going to add a lot of dimension to the product, because the holes are the presence of nothing, which add value. So it's a matter of ensuring that each one of those events again, achieves goals. It's a matter of making them hybrid also, so that we can be as effective as we possibly can. And one of the changes in that, the regionalization, is that emphasis on technology that we've been talking about in the meeting room of the future. It will be not all virtual, but it will be some virtual. So that hybrid becomes very important. And that production team on site to handle your needs is become paramount. It's got to be seamless, it's got to be reliable, and you've got to, as the operator, have that talent ready to go, ready to be impactful to ensure the success of each one of those meetings. Regionally, that gives you that satisfies your craving for the human interaction, but also broadens the communication beyond just the space that you're in.
Right. Hunter?
Sure. The holes speak to me as well, but I think the positive matter that interconnects the holes is equally important. Ellen, I think you're spot on in terms of the scale of the holes and how we interconnect, but still keep the larger piece of cheese intact because we've got the positive matter that's interconnecting in and around those holes. That I think is an alliteration for that regional neighborhood community sense of meeting. But I do believe that it's technology innovation that allows us to connect those smaller scale facilities so that we literally could have, meetings of the future that indeed are more global or certainly more national. Maybe less about getting on the plane and congregating in one spot and more about those regional hubs that you can interconnect into and then connect technologically across a much broader meeting spectrum. I also believe that that's a huge opportunity and for us to be able to expand our customer base, our guest base, because we can reach out and touch much more of our community in the meetings that we're curating. I also think that the virtual element here is again another opportunity. When we think about technological innovation, we need to go beyond the normal means of we're looking at a laptop and a wireless connection. But what does it mean in terms of interactive video walls that are sitting in meeting spaces that are again connected across multiple sites that allows us to be in person collaborating, but virtually connecting to those other neighborhood sites. Holograms, we talk about keynote speakers or panels like this, pushing that envelope and coming up with, a sense of energy and excitement in the technology that we use that draws the customer in, to that virtual feature or amenity that isn't there today, but certainly can be, in the not too distant future. So how do we push those envelopes to create the right balance between virtual and face-to-face and create a product that's really never been seen before and drives that market so that we're maximizing that connection across those two principles.
So Terry, if you want to, I have some tools here to work with the cheese. You need to see more of the holes, so I can cut it into chunks if you want to, or maybe you already have a clear idea.
Well, it's right before lunchtime here in the mountains of West Virginia where I am, and that just made me hungry looking at the cheese. But Hunter, I really liked what you said. And getting back to what we were talking about earlier, I don't think it's either or virtual or live. I really think this is an opportunity to integrate the two. So right now we're stuck with the or. It's virtual, but let's all learn from this and think about how we can integrate these mediums. That's what we're doing in the learning environment. We're letting our learners choose their own path. We're providing virtual options. We're providing live options. Not right now, but we're building them for the near future about how these will interact. And I think we can all learn from that. The one thing about that I noticed right away about the cheese is nothing about the holes was consistent or predictable. Very random. Some joining together, some off by themselves. It gets to what I was talking about before. Gosh, how was it? 5 years ago, I was at IACC. I can't remember when it was, but when we're in New York, and we were talking about flexible tables and movable chairs and being able to reconfigure the space. Well, where we are now, what's changed is attendees are choosing where they want to sit so that it best supports how they learn. And we can think about that as what we were just talking about. What do I attend virtually? What do I attend live? It's more in the hands of our attendees and of our learners. So I think the way to think about it when I look at those holes, what I took away is in the now and in the future, that furniture moves less And the students are choosing more, or the attendees are choosing more what works for them. And I think we need to get ahead of that.
Great, thank you. Let's see if we have any questions. Can we put up some of the questions that the participants have fired away at our panel? There we are. So this is one which maybe preempts our next technique, but let's tackle it already. With the new social distancing guidelines, how can venues find creative ways to stay profitable, even though they can, they have to significantly reduce their capacity? Who of you would like to comment on this?
Well, I can start, and please, my friends, join in. I think, again, we need to look at things differently and the services that we provide as an operator. We are the experts in how your event can be successful, but we also can charge for those services. If we can prove the value, if we add value and provide a solid uh, thought from the customer, a trust relationship with that customer, that we're going to be able to deliver it. And utilizing all the various spaces. If you have 400 people, we're not going to see anytime real soon, but even it's taking 200 people and splitting them among the spaces that you have so that everyone's able to interact and participate in the event. And you charge for the options. You charge for the ability to do a hybrid meeting. You charge for the resources that you're bringing to the table. You charge for that expertise that you're doing in actually creating an event that resonates not only with the group, but also with the individuals. So we just have to look at how we make our money differently, because the product is still valuable. The customer still needs our product and needs our expertise. We just need to stop thinking the same way we did before and bring a different perspective to how we're providing that guest experience.
Right. Let's connect that with our next fortune-telling technique, because this is an age-old technique that I came up with last week, and it's called viromancy. So this is a technique where you predict the future on the basis of what viruses look like. So I have 4 viruses, or actually 3 viruses, here for you. Assorted viruses, and what I'd like you to challenge you to do is have a look at these viruses and tell us, what do they predict? What does this look like with regard to the future of meetings? Will we have to fight off bats? Hunter, would you like to go?
I'll jump on this. You bet. What this slide speaks to me very specifically is we live and have lived in a world of viruses since we all began, and we will continue to live with viruses as we go forward. But also we learn how to adapt. We develop vaccines. And we become smarter and more strategic every time we come out of a crisis. This is no different, and I'm fairly confident that there will be a vaccine here in the very near future. I won't put my own speculated timeline on it, but it's certainly within months, not years. We will develop a vaccine, and that will be a game changer for our current now. And I think we need to remember that as we strategically look at what we want to put forth and grow our markets and kind of change what we do. Blended innovation, technology, and face-to-face meetings, no doubt, is part of our future going forward. But I also think, and I also feel that there's an element of social distancing that will linger for a while, and it will require us to be creative in terms of how we develop seating arrangements. What does our system furniture look like? But I think also with all of that, we need to look at where we generate revenue is really, really important, but we need to also look at where we spend money to do what we deliver as a business, and how do we make that more efficient. We need to understand how we deliver a service, how we treat our buildings, and how do we streamline that more to spend less money in delivering our service so that we can maximize that revenue. Speaking about back of house, speaking of how we engage our workforce to service our meetings, do we service our meetings more in the future, or because of technology and less dense meeting spaces, smaller scale, is it more agile, more nimble, and do we have to service them less, more automated, more packaged, so that, again, our investment in running our properties is more streamlined, which allows us to really generate the Revit and revenue and that profit margin that's more beneficial to us in the future.
Right. Just to connect that with something, and I have to look up the exact timing of this, but we are going to do a session, and let me see, that's tomorrow at 11:50. We're going to do a session about different seating arrangements. So that's already part of the considerations even of this program. Terry, what do you see in these viruses? Maybe something.
Well, I think I think the metaphor is really timely for this topic. So I'm not a scientist or anything, but as I understand it, virus attacks a weakness, and then ideally what we would do is we would fight that off and be stronger on the other side of it. So tying that back to the question Erica asked a few minutes ago, talking about what do we do with a space that formerly accommodated 400 plus people theater style? I think that's gone. I think that was, from my view, again, as a learning professional, was a weakness that we became aware of. And now we have the opportunity to address it. Because organizations like mine are going to be reticent to send 400 people to a theater style seating event to listen to someone talk. To me, that's prime for virtual. Instead, that space should be used for 200 or so for an entirely different event, like we've been talking about, that is much more experiential, much more interactive, and different. That's the kind of event that I would feel comfortable telling my business leaders that we are going to send people to. So I think this virus analogy and what we're all living through is a perfect opportunity to learn from it and shift to a different direction.
Right. It's good to hear that my future seems to be quite certain as a designer. Thank you. I know we have several questions pending. So could we have the next question on screen, please? I know there's a question from Alex Cabanas, a follow-up question to something he asked earlier, but if Nancy wants to surprise me with a different question, that's fine, of course, as well. But we would like to see what is on the minds of the audience. There is Alex's question. So if you look at virtual in the future, which type of meeting is more likely to move virtual, and which ones will stay in person? And is there a difference between lower and higher end meetings in this respect? That's Alex's question. Who of you, raise your hand, who would like to tackle this question immediately?
Okay.
No,
I think Terry did already. There are certain types of learnings that can be distributed virtually and very effectively. And then there are other meetings that do require that live learning, in-person social connections to be able to achieve the goals. I think that's...
Like which one? Which type of meeting do you think?
So something that
really requires the in-person presence.
If you're trying to create a team strategy, for example, it's much easier to do some spitballing and working together to come up with great ideas in the room together than over a phone, which we've discovered over the last few weeks. So that sort of thing. I think if you're trying to create personal skills, interactive skills, that in-person work together with your fellow attendees is much more effective than trying to do it over Zoom or over some sort of virtual tool that we've been using.
Okay.
I think it's important also to look at the variety of meetings or collaborations that we do in any given event, and it may be that we're not categorizing specific events as virtual versus face to face, but maybe there's a blending of the two. And if it's an event that's spanning across multiple days, there are segments at the front end of the event that are virtual, call it the learning piece or the presentation piece. And at the back end of the agenda, it's where the collaboration occurs, but also where the social element occurs. I mean, we've all attended multi-day conferences in our careers, and there is a social element to it that I think draws us there. So again, I go back to what we've been talking about here in terms of maybe smaller scale. Maybe there are regional links, but equally, it's different types of spaces that we can interact in, and where we do the virtual bookwork, if you will. We do have the ability to get together and have breakout sessions, and I don't think they're conference rooms as much. It could be a breakout patio or a breakout collaborative lounge. I mean, things that look and feel more comfortable, that again gives us that social connection, but it's done in a healthy, secure, responsible, post-COVID way. And I'll say it once again, what we do today versus what we're going to do when the vaccine actually hits, again, that's another game changer. That's another world that we need to be thinking about, because the social distancing is maybe less of an issue, and we want to be back together in a social venue again. So it's really balancing, I think.
Physical distancing, in fact, rather than social distancing, is it?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. We have one last question. Shall we do that, Terry, or would you like to? Here it is already, and it is a question for you. You mentioned that learners choose their own path.
And Hunter and Ellen, please jump in. So I think yes, and Hunter was just talking about how the future meetings could be and probably should be a hybrid. I think that would be really exciting. And there was some hint about, well, what about cost? I mean, would you pay for it? I've got to tell you, in 30 plus years of sending my people to conferences and meetings, I rarely did it based on the cost. Our conversations were all around what is the impact? What are the outcomes of sending someone there? So yeah, I that's what I would pay attention to. I would rather pay more and have someone, as the question here asked, come away with a different experience. And I'm not concerned at all if learners have different perceptions of the content. I think that's a desirable outcome. We want them to be provocative, whether it is face to face or whether it is virtual. It's more about what's the best use. Hunter was hitting on some of that a little bit. I think it would be ideal if people learn, I'll say pre-conference, from a virtual event and get exposure to the material, exposure to the concepts, and then we create ways for them to learn from each other and connect at the live event in some really innovative way. But either way, it doesn't concern me that if they come away with different perceptions, it just means that they're thinking creatively.
Great, thank you. Let's stop the Q&A and let's move on in the presentation, because we have one slide with some conclusions for each of you. Could each of you do this in 1 minute so that we finish exactly on time? Ellen, your slide comes first, so go ahead.
Certainly. I think the message from all of us is summarized here in the operator's perspective, we have to take what the designer gives us and what the event planner or learning environment wants us to deliver, and we need to help to utilize the specifics of our knowledge, both of our facility, but also of the industry in general, to foster those relationships, to actually ensure that we are producing the goals, both for individual growth as well as for company growth. And I think it's IAC rules here. The regional meetings, the focus on effective meetings and well-designed meetings, I think IAC has a very bright future.
Great. Thank you. Next up, Hunter, your 3 conclusions.
Sure. Absolutely. Creating the balance between virtual and face-to-face, I still think is key. I think we have an ability to create that energy and that excitement so that that balance, that combination actually makes these meetings much more effective. I think the future of the meeting space and its furniture, its fixtures, all of this, there's huge opportunity here. I think we need to look at how we service our meetings. What do our facilities look like? Are we, service light, more efficient, and more streamlined? And then lastly, again, looking at our short game, and how we react to that today, but being much more strategic about redefining our industry and how technology really drives us in a much more global and innovative way, so that how we meet, how we communicate in the future is something that we've never seen before. Huge opportunity in my mind.
Okay, great. And Terry, your conclusions.
Yeah. So this is in alignment with a lot of what I've been saying. Is that we need to think about when we come together face to face, how that furthers our development, the development of the attendees, and these 3 factors that you see here all contribute to that. So the spaces should physically. We talk about things like lighting and how they're configured, stimulate thought and creativity. And they should also encourage collaborating and connecting with each other. How many conferences have we been to where what we're really looking forward to is the happy hour at the end of the day versus sitting in the events, right? That's one of the reasons why we go. And as I've said, individual reflection. How are we creating space in the agenda and physical space for people to step away, not just to make a phone call, but to step away and actually process and take some time to reflect.
Yeah. And make sure that the content really becomes theirs instead of leaving that out somewhere in the open and nobody knows what happens with it at the end. Lovely. Thank you for those conclusions. Thank you for all your thoughts and insights. I'm going to shortly hand over back to Nancy. And while we do that, it's the end of the day here in Europe, so I will create my own happy hour with what remains of the cheese and a really good glass of Chilean wine. Thank you. Could we have a round of applause for the panel virtually streaming through the screen on the bottom, and I'll hand over to Nancy.
And thank you, Mike, for all your leadership here, because we couldn't do it without you.
My pleasure.
Absolutely. Cheers, all.
Bye, all.
Bye-bye.
All righty then. Well, hello. Well, I do have it on good authority, and I think Mike just showed us that they have moved their cheese and added that wine on to the portion of their day. Well deserved. I'd like to take an opportunity to thank the panel. Thank you, Mike, Ellen, Terry, and Hunter, for bringing your insights and your smarts to the virtual version of the meeting rooms of the future for us today. For 6 years, this research has been such a cornerstone for us at IAC, for our contribution to each of you and the industry as a whole. And some of you may have gotten the opportunity to see our live version at WEC last year in Toronto. And we hope to see you as we bring it to you live in Dallas in 2021. Birds do flock together, and we can create the environments for them to choose their paths of connection. We do have our challenge ahead of us. Now, I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce you to the chair of our sponsorship committee, Susan Liston with Airmark, to talk to you about the importance of their support, which is why we're here at no charge today, and their generosity. IAC is a better organization because of their support. Thank you.
Well, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, or should I say, good day, mates, to our friends who are watching from Australia. My name is Susan Liston. I'm Vice President of Growth for Airmark, but today I'm representing the IAC Connect Sponsorship Committee. Let me say this, we love our sponsors. Without our sponsors, we would not be able to put on this completely free live streaming virtual Connect for you. That's right, it's completely free. I can't even think of the last time I received something free. And we wouldn't be able to do it without the generosity of our sponsors. You know, when the planning committee was thinking about turning our conference into a virtual format, we weren't sure if our sponsors would come along with us. This was completely non-traditional. They couldn't look somebody in the eye, they couldn't shake their hand, they couldn't offer them a product. But you know what? Many of them stepped up and said, yes, we believe in the mission of IAC. We want to join you. We want to sponsor so this conference can move forward. And we thank all of our sponsors for their commitment to this great effort. Now on the flip side, our sponsors have the opportunity to be able to share their product and service with the largest group of IAC Connect conference attendees in the entire 40+ year history of this organization. And they have the opportunity to align their sponsorship dollars around topics that our members are interested in. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the category of Platinum Sponsor. These are 5 management companies who stepped up and said, yes, we believe in IAC's mission and we want to move forward with this conference. I'd like to recognize Benchmark Hospitality, Sodexo, Flick, Wyndham Dolce, and Aramark. Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. In a minute, you're going to see a list of all of the generous sponsors and exhibitors who are participating in this conference. Please thank them by doing your best to review what they have to offer. Many of them will be presenting in breakout sessions, and you can learn more on follow-up emails that will be sent to all attendees after this conference. Again, we're streaming to you live. Tell your friends. Have a great week. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you to our sponsors. I love seeing the stream across the bottom with everybody's appreciation. I hope everybody's enjoying. We're rocking along here, day one, and we're getting a lot of sitting time. That's the one downfall of the V Connect, right? But we have a treat for you. So my director of finance is not only really talented at her day job, but she is a pretty fantastic yoga instructor. And so we will be bringing her to you every day for a little yoga break and around lunchtime, around this time. So get ready to get your OM on together. Here's Jill. Thanks.
Greetings, IAC Global Community. My name is Jill, and I'm currently the Director of Finance at a Hyatt Conference Center located in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I've spent the majority of my career in hospitality finance, and I know firsthand how stressful the industry can be and the toll that it takes on our bodies, both physically and mentally. I recently added a mindfulness practice into my life, and some of it I would like to share with you. I invite you to come into a standing position if that's available, or stay seated. All of the movement we will be doing is available in a seated position as well. We're going to move dynamically with our breath, and we'll begin by circling the arms, reaching overhead. And as we exhale, bending the elbows, finding our cactus arms, and then inhaling and drawing the arms back and opening the heart center. And this will help to counteract all of the time that we spend hunched over our phones and our keyboards. As we exhale, we'll draw the arms around, creating some space between the shoulder blades and the back body. We'll repeat that, inhaling to reach, and exhale to release. Inhale to open, and exhale to round. Again, inhaling to reach, and exhale. Inhale to open, and exhale. We'll inhale and reach again. And then we'll take a nice bend, opening up to the right, maybe grabbing a hold of that left wrist. Inhale back into center, and exhale, reaching to the left. Inhale back to center, and as we exhale, the hands come around, interlacing the fingers, drawing the shoulder blades back, knuckles drawing down. And as we exhale, we can bring the hands over to the left hip and the right ear to the right shoulder, releasing tension in the neck. The chin moves to the chest as the knuckles draw down again. And then we'll bring the hands over to the right and the left ear to the left shoulder. As the chin returns to the chest, we draw the knuckles down. Again, release the bind, and we'll inhale, circling the arms again. And as we exhale, interlacing the fingers overhead and releasing the hands to heart center. We can close our eyes here if that's comfortable. I want to take a moment to check out in order to check in. Checking in with ourselves and our physical bodies and how that movement made us feel. And then checking in with our breath. Noticing the sensation as the air moves through the nose and the breath fills the body with life and with the energy. And as we exhale, releasing any toxins, emptying the lungs, releasing all the stale air. Continuing to inhale and exhale, noticing your own natural rhythm and feeling how the body starts to relax as we extend the inhales and lengthen the exhales. It sends a message to the body that we are okay. The body can relax, the muscles release, and we tune in. There are so many things in this world right now that are out of our control. I encourage you to take time each day to take care of yourself. Tune in, check in with yourself, check in with your body. We can get through this time as healthfully and as mindfully as we can. Take care of yourself, be well, and thank you for spending this time with me.
everyone, it's Irina from Banff Center for Arts and Creativity. We are located in the beautiful Banff National Park in Western Canada. I highly recommend watching the IACC webinars. They provide a lot of great information and ideas on how your operations might look like in the future of the meetings. For me personally, I'm in marketing, and these webinars give me ideas on how we might change our messaging and value proposition to focus more on safety and cleanliness standards. Check them out.
Hej, Felicia heter jag är 22 år och jag jobbar på Rönneberg konferens strax utanför Stockholm. Jag är med på Virtual Connect för att jag älskar möjligheten att ta del av andra personers erfarenheter. Det gör att jag utvecklas som person och att jag får bredare kunskap hur jag kan göra mitt jobb så bra som möjligt. Så tack IACC för att ni gör detta möjligt, att vi kan mötas trots alla omständigheter i världen. Jag hoppas att vi kan ses snart igen. Hej då!
Well, I don't know about all of you, but I am certainly ditching the baking for yoga. That's my new best activity that I might still have to master a little bit there. Incredible to hear from our board associates, Felicia in Sweden, and then Irina in Canada. And we also have Kristen as well in New Jersey. They are a phenomenal resource, not only in terms of everything that they do behind the scenes, but that connectivity between our incoming generations. You've heard it this morning. You're going to hear it over the next 3 days. We're going to need different skills to be able to help us change direction and create new products and services. So who better, when we look at those new skills and the new people, who better to look toward than those bright minds that are coming in and coming out of hospitality schools now. So thank you again to Irina, Kristen and Felicia. Now, I'm going to introduce the session that's taking place tomorrow. It's slightly scary. It's called What's on Your Mind, and we have absolutely no preparation for this other than to say we've got an A1 top facilitator in our global president, Sean Anderson. But the idea for this session is that we're going to ask you to tell us what's still on your mind. Now, it might be something that you have not seen covered in the agenda already, and you want us to talk about it. Or we could have touched upon it today and tomorrow, but you still think that we need to go a little bit deeper. And it's really simple. You create the agenda, and all you have to do is use that chat box, use that Q&A above you, and just start with what's on my mind is, and tell us what you would like to see on there. And Sean will pull together an expert panel that will be able to guide us through that. Now, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our next session today. Now, I would like to introduce Trust, what food suppliers need to offer venues. Now, our 2020 food and beverage sponsor is Nestlé Professional, and we thank Nestlé for standing firm with us in Dallas and now in this online environment. It's my pleasure to introduce Tim Coughlin and Greg Pritchard from Nestlé US and Nestlé Professional, who are going to talk to us about the changing world of the suppliers and how we interact and the relationships, how they've got to change a little bit if we're going to do business in the new future. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome Tim and Greg. Over to you, gentlemen.
Well, hello, Tim Coughlin here, and greetings from the Nestlé Professional Test Kitchen in lovely Solon, Ohio. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you and share how Nestlé is meeting the ever-increasing challenges of the global food supply chain at the same time as our consumers and government agencies are expecting more from food and beverage manufacturers. Now, our customers and consumers are asking, where did my food come from? What's in my food? How was my food grown and processed? What is produced? Was it produced in a sustainable manner? To meet these challenges, Nestlé takes a global farm-to-fork approach to ensure we delight our consumers and customers while being a good neighbor and taking responsibility for our impact on the environment. We offer this insight so you can make better and more informed choices in what you should expect from food and beverage manufacturers. Nestle is a large company. This gives you an overview of where our operating companies in the United States. So we have 7 operating companies. We operate in 34 different states. We have 68 manufacturing facilities and roughly 36,000 employees. Largest market for Nestle in the world is here in the United States. And this gives us a real opportunity in terms of scale and being able to share across the operating companies. These are some of the brands that we are proud of and that we support and are constantly adding. The good news is we're in about 97% of US households, and we've been able to maintain and grow our consumer confidence. Greg Pritchard, who's our head of quality, will now take you through our farm to fork journey. And you will notice in our presentation that we have a couple of healthy obsessions: employee safety, food safety, and product quality. They have served us well, and now I'm going to hand it over to Greg. Thank you again.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim, Mark, and Nancy, for the opportunity to spend some time talking with you guys today. Obviously, unprecedented times. I hope everyone's safe and well out there, and hopefully this presentation will offer a little bit of distraction from the somewhat scarier topic of the outside world. I'd like to start the discussion today with focus on our all-important consumers. As you can imagine, Nestle has a very diverse consumer base. It includes all ages, ethnicities, and preferences, and even pets, and we try to cater for them all. Importantly, our consumer groups often include aged, infirm, young, vulnerable consumers, and people and pets potentially that have medical conditions or very specific nutritional needs. So as you can imagine, with this very diverse consumer group, they never really think too much about the safety of their food. This is something that they somewhat take for granted. They trust that the food is safe, and certainly here at Nestle, we take that trust extremely seriously and realize this is a precious thing and something that should never be compromised. And it's for that reason that we take quality and food safety standards very, very seriously. So I'd just like to kind of pose a question to folks on the conference call today as I work through my various slides and ask you to think a little bit about what food safety means to you and maybe challenge you a little bit and see if you can identify, as I work through the slides, one or more aspects of quality and food safety in your food supply chain that maybe is a blind spot for you and something that needs some attention. So just to start with, in the logical place for me at least, our quality policy. Core to how Nestle runs its business is our quality policy, which anchors to our company's vision to enhance the quality of life and contribute to the healthier future of all of our consumers. We manage our activities in support of this vision in 4 main areas, and that's mainly ensuring our food is safe, compliant to regulation, of course, hopefully making sure our products are preferred by our consumers over the competition. No offense to the competition at all, but we prefer our products to be preferred. And of course, that they're made consistently with a minimum amount of waste. We find that this is really only achievable with, to Tim's point about obsessed people, but with highly motivated, highly committed employees, and collaboration throughout the value chain is really necessary to make that happen. Let's go to the next one. There we go. So at Nestle, safety of our employees and our consumers is and has always been a top priority for us. For that reason, we know we need to take the time to truly understand what food safety risks are present in our supply chain. So what are those risks, generally speaking? Much more, unfortunately, than most of our consumers know about, or maybe fortunately, we prefer them not to think about it. And certainly a lot more fits in that food safety bucket than many manufacturers and suppliers realize. We see occasionally, not too often, fortunately, manufacturers and suppliers that really don't fully understand food safety, especially startups, companies that don't know yet what they don't know because they haven't, like a Nestle with 150 years of experience, stubbed their toe on food safety issues over the years. They haven't accumulated that experience and knowledge yet. But nonetheless, when we talk food safety, we can kind of cluster our concerns into 4 key areas. Pathogens, of course, and how we manage pathogens in the food, contaminants, pesticides, heavy metals, all those nasty things. Allergens, of course, extremely important for our consumers, especially in larger conference-like settings when there's so much going on. And one that's been increasingly challenging in the last few years, and that's foreign materials in our foods. And then, of course, once we get over that scary stuff, there is the all-important risk of human error. As this audience knows, I'm sure better than most, understanding risk and mitigating risks are 2 different things, and ensuring we have capable, well-trained, passionate employees that are paying attention to the way they manage and serve food is where we really need to put really a lot of our attention. It's a key area. So moving on just to the supply chain in a top level view, the only way to really ensure the trust of consumers is to pay attention to quality and food safety from farm to fork. You can't really just look at the materials delivered to your restaurant or your catering center or your factory or whatever in isolation. You need to look at that broader picture to truly manage properly the risks. Nestle looks at supply chain a little differently to most companies, and we do include that R&D component, research or application group development as a pretty integral element of the way we manage food safety. We also realize that supply chain is ultimately run by people, coming back to the people piece, many of which do not work for Nestle. So for that reason, we treat those folks, whether they are customers or suppliers, like partners and essentially part of our extended business model. So just to talk a bit in more detail about our R&D situation, in today's competitive food manufacturing world, R&D is absolutely critical in keeping up with the fast pace of consumer trends. It seems there's something new that our consumers want almost every day, every week. In Nestle's case, we have built an unmatched global research capability over many years that ensures we keep very much ahead of these consumer trends. So you're probably thinking, well, what does that mean for food safety? Well, it actually means a lot. So when it comes to food safety in our supply chain, we leverage our R&D horsepower to study global food safety data and trends so we can be prepared to at least manage but preferably prevent emerging issues. And in fact, we have, I've visited there a couple of times, it's quite interesting. We have in the basement of our R&D center in Lausanne in Switzerland, a business intelligence unit that feeds our issue roundtable machinery, which is our crystal ball for understanding what's coming next. And it's amazing the information that this group gathers in terms of warning us what might be something of concern to our consumers. Also in the R&D world, we develop more sensitive analytical methods for things like contaminants and allergens and so on. We do a lot of that development work in-house in our R&D centers. And of course, we also do that in collaboration with analytical companies, manufacturers of analytical equipment, and so on and so forth. And then a third key area is we look at models of manufacturing. So obviously many models of preparation or cooking of or preparing of food are established models. So looking how do we improve on those models, but also we're looking for new and novel methods of food manufacture with an aim of keeping the food obviously as fresh as possible, as nutritious as possible, but that the design of how we manufacture includes safety as a built-in element. So R&D playing an extremely important role. Did it move forward? There we go, one more. So now talking about quality by design and food safety in quality by design, Nestle uses a similar process to that used in the aerospace industry to manage our new product development flow from idea through to launch. And many of you folks that perhaps buy Nestle professional products don't see this in the background and maybe are hopefully amazed at how quickly we can come to you with a solution from an idea that you might have. But this speed that we have and ability to do this in a safe way is not by accident, of course. This approach includes stage gates, which require food safety risk assessment based on HACCP principles, of course, at various steps in our development process, even when we have several aspects of development perhaps running in parallel to be sure we're speedy and responsive. An extremely important point in this design space is that the people who develop the products need to have the right food safety knowledge, experience, and that way we can ensure even new and novel products are absolutely food safe. So a continuous capability building process essential in the background. So ultimately, as any good chef or cook would tell you, that the products we make are only as good as the raw materials we use. So Nestle goes to great lengths to source highest quality ingredients, freshest ingredients, and we look globally for those ingredients. This often means working very closely with farmers and agricultural ingredients processors or suppliers, not only on the quality of the product or produce, but also on the social and environmental aspects of production, making sure they also meet our expectations in the geographies we're sourcing from. Tim will come back to that point, I believe, a little bit later in the presentation. Also critical, as I'm sure IACC members truly appreciate, our customers and our consumers are increasingly concerned about where their food comes from. You know, what is the story behind the food? And we like to be able to talk about that, obviously. And for this reason, Nestle has invested in state-of-the-art traceability systems and maintains many, many certifications, everything from kosher, halal, these types of religious certifications, extremely important to certain segments of the community and certainly in certain environments like hospitals, nursing homes, those kinds of things, but also on certification for non-GMO, organic, all of these types of things as well. So an extremely important scope of activity occurring across the vendor raw material management base. So if we move now specifically to supply chain and preventive control, after the implementation of the Food Safety Modernization Act, FSMA in the US, this I think is an area that's evolved in the last couple of years, an extremely important area, but certainly to assure the quality and food safety of our raw material supply, a comprehensive program here is absolutely necessary. Now, many manufacturers are content perhaps with just a certificate of compliance or maybe some analytical data from a supplier. We've seen many examples where this approach is not especially adequate. We feel it's important to do something more than just that. So our preventive control program includes boots on the ground audit for high-risk materials, no matter where in the world that raw material comes from, and a verification of the material's quality and safety through analysis, perhaps not every single lot, but the majority of them, or every lot if that's deemed appropriate, and complement that with an intensive performance management program with our suppliers. So just to reflect on my own situation here in the US, in the vendor assurance team here in the US, we have full-time professional food safety auditors and ingredient experts, and these folks are on the road year-round, not only verifying the quality and food safety of our raw materials, but also supporting our suppliers in their development, in their improvement-related activities. Oh, went on too far. There we go. So now just to touch briefly on raw material risk and expertise and a little bit the darker side of things in the food supply chain. Unfortunately, we live in a world today where not all people are playing by the same ethical set of rules, and we'll even go as far as to adulterate product in the hope of making a little bit more money. In oils, olive oil that contains other types of oil is a great example that many of you may be familiar with from around the world. For this reason, we have in place a robust food fraud prevention program, which leverages our analytical capabilities, which I'll come to later, to confirm only the raw materials we purchase are delivered and that we don't get any hidden surprises. And on a lighter note, we also develop great guidance materials, which we share with our suppliers to help educate their employees on how to better deliver quality materials. And we have an extensive range of collaboration in that space. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to you guys briefly about the Global Food Safety Initiative, or GFSI. Many of you are probably familiar with GFSI. Nestle has been a founding partner of this initiative and, like with many other large companies, has seen great value in leveraging third-party audit to check that generic food safety programs like ISO 22000 or similar are in place and working well at our suppliers as a foundation for their good operations. This then allows Nestle auditors and ingredient experts to spend less time looking at generic systems and focus their time on risks that have specific benefit or specific risks related to our processes or our particular products. So an important partnership integral to our supply strategy. And on that note, I'll pass to Tim to chat a little bit about manufacturing.
Thank you, Greg. Achieving world-class product quality, employee, and food safety has really been an evolution over the last 20 years. From after the fact checking, where we would have the traditional quality control, moving to quality assurance, to really where we design in quality from the start. So all factors and materials process are included in that. This is supported by an engaged employee culture. So long-term success is really driven by people, process mastership, and the appropriate technology. And as Greg called out earlier, our focus on foreign bodies has had many benefits beyond ensuring that there are no sticks, stones, metal, or plastic in the product. The farm to fork approach has allowed us to better control all material critical natures, such as pesticides and other things. So it's, again, been a journey, and I think we've achieved a lot, but not at the expense of being cost competitive. Greg?
Thanks, Tim. So just wanting to come back to you on the analytical capability piece that I mentioned on the R&D slides. These methods that the R&D folks develop would obviously be quite useless unless we had an analytical platform to deploy them on. And I have to say, we certainly do have an analytical platform at Nestle that I have to share a little bit of insight with you regarding. Our laboratories conduct contaminant testing, so pesticides, heavy metals, mycotoxins, you name it, we can find it. We also conduct allergen testing for the full suite of allergens, both here in the US, but also as identified in Europe or Australia or other parts of the world. We certainly test for foreign bodies using infrared technologies, microscopy and other things to help support root cause analysis and prevention. And then, of course, last but not least, we do the full suite of microbiology testing, including pathogens. And very excited to say we have been using whole genome sequencing technologies now in our labs really since the technology matured in the last couple of years. We find this whole genome sequencing technology extremely helpful in pathogen investigation work. It's really quite a distinct advantage. And in the US here, and I'll get to our lab in the US in a second, in the US here, we were the first non-government food lab in the United States to install whole genome sequencing and did the method development work with US FDA Center for Food Safety and Nutrition. So really collaborated with the regulators to try and get the most out of this new technology. Just jumping to the lab more broadly, the lab structure more broadly, Nestle is one of very few global manufacturing companies that has invested heavily in in-house analytical platform. And I have to say, from my perspective and many others, this is one of the best investments we've ever made. As of today, Nestle has 22 corporate analytical facilities around the world, which makes us the largest testing network of any private, or rather any privately owned food testing company globally. Laboratories not only house analytical capability, but also house, very importantly, a network of food safety experts that are continuously providing, that support to our factories in a whole host of areas. Anything from contaminants to pest control, HACCP, food contact surfaces, you name it. Those experts are available to support. Now, often we see in this analytical space, food manufacturers going to the cheapest laboratory they can find to give a result, basically just for the piece of paper that they can get. But, we found that this approach can be a little bit dangerous. In a world where cost of failure can be so very, very high, either in monetary terms or in the health of our consumers' terms, more importantly, having the right data and being able to rely on that data is extremely critical. I, for one, know that making decisions daily about food safety of your food for your consumers, you can sleep a lot better at night if you know you can rely 100% on the data that you use for your decisions. Either way, Dublin, as it happens, Nestle's largest lab and the largest privately owned food analytical lab in the US is right here in Dublin, Ohio. It offers services to obviously Nestle companies, but also offers services to the industry. So quick plug, if you're looking for a partner for food analytical services, it's certainly worth giving Fabian and the team there a call down at Dublin. And on that note, I'll pass back to Tim.
With 68 factories in the US and more than 36,000 employees, our mission is always to be a good neighbor. We live in communities where we have factories, our home offices, and we take responsibility for our impact on the environment, as well as supporting the communities we live in through volunteering and other initiatives. Nestle is a good neighbor today, and we are challenging ourselves with a bold set of environmental issues to try and make again, our emissions lower. We've made a very challenging zero net emissions by 2050. So we're speeding up plant-based initiatives, scaling up initiatives to absorb more carbon, and looking for 100% renewable electricity as soon as possible. And another big focus for you is 100% recyclable or reusable packaging by 2025, with certain materials coming out in 21 and 22 and 23. So again, being a good neighbor. A snapshot of our sustainable projects. So from energy, we're looking to purchase renewable energy. Pennsylvania's been a good example where we've been able to move forward quickly. 60 of our 77 sites have achieved zero waste to landfill this year. Our Purina folks are making some good inroads. So again, we live in a time where consumers expect more from us. So at Nestle, being a good neighbor means being a good steward of water and energy use with the objective on continuous improvement, optimizing our waste streams and eliminating landfill, and supporting sustainable agriculture and supporting farmers. Fair trade coffee is an example where our objective is to try and get as much money to the farmer as possible. We have teams of agronomists that work on crops like cocoa and coffee around the world to ensure, again, that farmers have sustainable practices and that we support their livelihoods.
And that's a great segue, Tim and Greg, for me to go into the Q&A session, because I have a question related to sustainability. So give me one moment and I'll present that to you and the audience. Over to you, gentlemen, to be able to address that from Peter Alliott's.
Two things. I'd have a comment on it. I've asked Greg to jump in. So certainly our food service customers through the COVID-19 situation have been asking us can we provide different packaging solutions that allow the kitchens to run more efficiently, but at the same time be mindful of sanitation practices. So, we offer a range of, depending on the quantity used, single serve products in a single serve packaging. So that would be one area. But the packaging that we do make, we have efforts in place to make sure that operators and our customers are able to recycle the packaging when it's used. We also have an initiative around what we call fit for purpose. So let's make sure that there's no more plastic or cardboard in the product that would have to be run through the recycling streams or hopefully not going into landfill.
And maybe just to quickly add to that, the second part of the question, Mark, if we have time. Certainly COVID-19 and food safety appear to be somewhat mixed in some ways. The microbiologist in me tells you guys that COVID-19 is easily killed, just as any other pathogen that we would normally worry about, Salmonella, Listeria, all these nasty guys, with the right preparation and handling practices in our factories and our kitchens. So really the trick's going to be the handling part. How do we make sure consumers at the maybe the bain marie or at the the buffet are not contaminating tools and plates and things like that. But in terms of the food, same practices for pathogens, tackle COVID-19.
Thank you, Greg. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for the session today. Thank you again to Nestle for being a trusted partner. And we're looking forward to your colleague, Felix Mayetta, joining our panel in the next few days. Tim, of all the places to get caught in a lockdown, I wouldn't mind Nestle's testing kitchen. So, that's a pretty cool place to be today. But thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate your time, your expertise, and for covering some important topics for us there. Remember that you can collect your CEU credits as well for all of these sessions this week. So if you have your email that's connected to Events Industry Council that you registered with, that will happen automatically and seamlessly. But if not, please send to Kate Bacon the email that you would prefer us to use to make sure you get those valuable points. And now it's my pleasure to say the show must go on, and enjoy the rest of today's sessions.
am very proud to work in the hospitality industry right now. There are so many good stories of hotels supporting healthcare workers, providing meals to their own furloughed employees, and donating food to local food banks. We've shown that we know how to adapt and support our local communities. And at the center of it all are amazing hospitality professionals.
I am attending IACC because the conference offers a resourceful and broad knowledge that we must have to deliver successful events on the post-pandemic crisis.
I believe conference venues should position themselves to leverage technology in order to offer a digital experience.
My name is Lisa. I work for Fleck Hospitality. I am motivating and caring for my colleagues at this time. Every morning on our group chat, we send funny memes or a good story to each other just to get the day going. We have weekly Zoom lunches where we play a fun game such as charades or two truths and a lie. It's been a great way to see the team and to see everyone laugh.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I found the work-life balance while being at home during the quarantine has been quite challenging, especially with having 2 children in the home. It's just taught me to adapt and adjust my schedule accordingly to make sure I can meet the needs of my children and the client.
I'm excited to attend because it is the perfect opportunity for meetings and event planners like myself to take a closer look at current trends and insights that would help redefine the industry, especially now that the world is in a global pandemic.
Hi, this is Paul Bartlett from Warwick Conferences. Can I start by thanking IACC for all the support they've offered the industry over the last number of weeks. The webinars and the guides have been really a fantastic resource for everyone working in the conference world. At Warwick Conferences over the last number of weeks, we've been supporting medical school students by providing accommodation for them whilst they fight coronavirus with the NHS. We've also been donating food to local food banks, and the Warwick Conferences team have been supporting and volunteering in their local areas as well, which has been really fantastic. Looking forward, we're working hard on our reopening plans. We're finding solutions for hybrid conferencing and for some virtual conferencing. We have a solution that we're looking to try and develop in-house, and we're already talking to a potential customer, which is absolutely fantastic. A lot of work going on around social distancing and how we're going to feed our clients and how many people can we put into a meeting room. But we're working on all of those things as well. And so we're ready to reopen, we're ready to get back to business. Hope everyone is well, and maybe see you soon.
Hello, and thank you to Team Flick and Paul for sharing your words of inspiration. And I'm looking forward and excited about day 2, but there is more to come with day 1. And you are in for a treat. Tracy Stuckrath is up next. And as she goes through her presentation, you can use the chat, the question box right above, then type your questions in, and we'll address those at the end of her presentation. Here's what I can tell you about Tracy. She is a dietary needs expert, a certified food protection manager, a meetings industry changemaker. She brings a passion for safe and inclusive food and beverage expertise through research and analytics and real-world strategies to help their clients establish best practices, mitigate risk, improve experiences, and increase profit with the food and beverage they serve. The founder of Thrive Meetings and Events, Tracy has had a 29-year career as an event professional. After being diagnosed with a food allergy, she changed the trajectory of her career in 2009. And today, she's working with organizations to understand how food and beverage events can be created in a way that deliver experiences where everyone feels valued. Every guest matters. Every meal matters. Here's Tracy.
All right, our guys on the team, can't share my mic. For some reason, I can't share my webcam went off. Hang on a minute. We're just going to talk while we're talking through this, and I'm going to figure out my camera at the same time. How is everybody today? I am Tracy Stuckrath from Thrive Meetings and Events, and I'm in North Carolina. I know everybody else is coming from around the world, so thank you for being here. I am excited to chat with you about managing dietary needs and allergens. It is a very challenging topic, that, to say the least, to do in our catering and event facilities. We have all right, there we go. How many of you have seen these different words come up on different dietary requests that you've had? We've got a large contingency of different diets that are out there, whether they're medical or food allergies or their personal preferences. There are a lot of them that we have to deal with and learn how to manage on a daily basis in our different facilities. But before we get started, I want to know who you guys are. So we're going to pull up our first question or poll, I guess, to ask all of you. Let me know who you are. Most of you are planners, some salespeople in there. That's good. And here we go with my camera. There we go. Okay, update settings. That's not working. Okay, so planners, some salespeople, some operations. Welcome. And the other, tell me in the other what you are, just so that we know that as well. Not sure why my camera's not working today, but we're gonna keep going. The next question, or the next question that I have for you is, what dietary requests do you receive? And I've broken this into 5 different categories, so that we can see generally. Food allergies are number 1. That's biggest request. Religious, okay. Lifestyle preferences. Okay, that's so food allergies being the highest is actually what I see mostly around the world. So that's great. It's not great because that adds a lot more to our plate when we're doing this, but it's good to know that that's what people are seeing. Okay, so dietary needs. This session, we're going to talk about dietary needs, what specifically they are, and then how to accommodate them safely, and how we can use them to create opportunities for us, like Cindy was talking about earlier today, incorporating being creative in what we're doing and being creative with our food and beverage options, as well as how we're seating people in our different room spaces. So when I talk about dietary restrictions, I break it up into 4 different categories: food allergies, medical conditions, lifestyle preferences, and religious-based practices. We are going to talk about knowledge. It comes down to all of these, understanding what they are, how to accommodate them, how to create accessible experiences for them or for those individuals, and how to create community around the food and beverage that we're serving. So this is a list of food allergies. These are the top foods these are not the top foods. These are the foods that are regulated by governments around the world. This one first sheet here, the one circled in orange, these are the foods that cause 90% of all allergic reactions worldwide. No matter what country you are in, these 8 foods cause more than 90% of all allergic reactions. And think about the foods that you serve on your daily menus. Where are they? I mean, milk and wheat and soy and tree nuts are probably in majority of the breakfast items that we serve, and then all of the desserts that we serve as well. So paying attention to those and knowing that is really important. This next slide here shows you the 14 foods that are regulated by the European Union and all the countries that are part of the EU. They have to label for these 14 foods in any product that they're serving to consumers. That includes the gas station and the grocery stores. If you're putting food out, you have to do that. And that includes buffets, which we will get back to eating off of at some point. But we have to label this information and or provide a tool for them to look it up on their own. As you can see differently, in the EU, they don't regulate wheat as an allergen. They regulate cereals with gluten. So that's a big difference in the 90% that cause all allergic reactions and that. So paying attention to those. Going back to those 90%, those 8 foods that cause 90% of all allergic reactions, those are regulated by the FDA to be on pre-packaged foods. So not all, we don't have to label it on our buffets and things in the US by law, but we do have to pay attention and read labels. Okay, Kate is saying press second icon from left, sometimes need just keep engagement. Okay. Previously shown questions. Okay, let's see. Then we've got our next slide here is more about food allergies. Even though those 8 foods cause 90% of allergic reactions, there are more 70 foods that cause allergic reactions. And those 8 or more than 170 foods that cause allergic reactions. 35 of them, like I showed you, are regulated by governments worldwide. And there are 3 ways that people can have allergic reactions. They are triggered from eating it, touching it, or inhaling it. So think of an action station. And when somebody's making food for you and the protein of that food gets up into the air and in someone's nose, that could cause an allergic reaction. One thing to also note is that every 3 minutes, someone is sent to the emergency room with an allergic reaction. We don't want that. That means that's 20 people in an hour that get sent to the emergency room with a food allergic reaction. And the one thing that I want to pay attention to on this slide really importantly is that 50% of all allergic reactions happen outside of the home, which means that they are happening in places of our venues and restaurants and things like that. So we have to pay attention to that we are potentially the result or causing some of those allergic reactions. Then let's go to different medical conditions: celiac disease, diabetes, pregnancy, cancer, Crohn's disease, and heart disease. These are all ways or reasons that somebody could actually be altering their diet for one reason or the other. Somebody who's pregnant, their doctor is going to give them foods that they can't eat. And some women are going to eat a lot more foods because of something, because they're pregnant. Crohn's disease, cancer, heart disease are all those same things. One of the sad things about this is that 7 out of 10 deaths are caused by chronic diseases, which some of those are, and we don't want those deaths to happen. They're not going to happen as a result of potentially eating a crumb of a sandwich right away, but they are going to cause physical reactions. But the one thing about chronic diseases that we need to understand is that they can be controlled and they can be eliminated in a sense by monitoring how much alcohol we consume, by quitting smoking, by increasing our exercise and diet, which comes back to where we are talking about food and beverage at our venues. So how can you help them eat better? To get a little bit deeper into some of these, celiac disease. Celiac is a genetic autoimmune disease that has presents more than 300 symptoms. It is a disease of malabsorption. So think about shag rug. That's what, and actually this wheat on this picture here, that's kind of what the villi in our intestines look like. And the purpose of villi is to actually absorb the food from the nutrients from the food that we're eating and then spread it throughout the body. But when you continue to eat gluten, which is what somebody with celiac disease must avoid, they actually have to, it flattens their villi. So these go away and they're not absorbing the nutrients that they can in their bodies. And so it wreaks major havoc with those 300 symptoms. There is no cure for it except for avoiding gluten. And I'm going to get into gluten in a few minutes. Oatmeal is a question because oatmeal, even though it is naturally gluten-free, it is actually often processed on equipment that also processes other foods that contain gluten. So it can be cross-contaminated with that. And we need to make sure if you're serving oatmeal that you're serving certified gluten-free oatmeal. Diabetes. The World Health Organization has deemed this the epidemic of the 21st century. Individuals with diabetes have to manage their blood sugar. They have to eat foods that are low in salt, fat, and sugar, but high in fiber. And they also are monitoring what, when, and how much they eat. So think about conference centers are really good, and before pre-pandemic, of having those buffets out all of the time. So making sure that you actually have offerings for your attendees now post-pandemic, maybe not out all the time, but there for them to munch on if they need it, if they're having a diabetic reaction, and making sure that it meets some of those things, high in fiber, low salt and fat and sugar. And sometimes you will have somebody who has a Snickers bar in their pocket and they're diabetic, and that is to manage their blood sugar. Their blood sugar may be too low at the time, so they may be having that. So we want to pay attention to that. Then you come into some lifestyle preferences. How many of you have seen these different dietary lifestyle preferences? Can anybody answer tell me what a flexitarian is versus a reducitarian? Let me see it in the chats if anybody can answer that question. Anybody have any comments on that? So flexitarian and reducitarian are actually pretty similar to each other. A flexitarian is going to eat more of a plant-based diet than a reducitarian. Their animal products are going to be an accompaniment on their plate versus being the main focal point. A reducitarian is an individual that is really kind of still eating the same way that they did, but they're reducing how much consumption that they are. So instead of eating an 8-ounce steak, they're probably going to go with a 4-ounce steak and do it that way. Keto, everybody's heard of. No alcohol. There's a lot of individuals out there who are choosing not to drink alcohol or actually have alcohol in their food and beverage. So we need to be labeling for that as well. And that could be for medical reasons. It could be for personal preferences. And it could be because they are in AA and they need to avoid alcohol at all costs. Pegan, which is, I'm not sure how many of you have heard that term before, but it's a mixture of vegan and paleo, which is right above it. And paleo is very heavy on the meats. And Pegan, on the other hand, is more of a flexitarian, reducitarian type diet. And that actually kind of goes with that VB6 as well, which is vegan before 6 p.m. And then we have the ones that we all know, pescatarian, vegan, and vegetarian. And we're going to go into those right now. Okay, move slide. Vegetarian. Vegetarian is an individual who does not eat any animal products except for eggs, honey, and milk. They are avoiding animal meats, they're avoiding animal fats, but they will do the milks, the eggs, and the honey. They rely on a diet of lots of grains, lots of legumes, nuts and seeds, vegetables, and soy. Those are great products that have protein in them. And a lot of people complain or wonder how vegans and vegetarians get protein. You can get protein from all of those items there. Spinach is a great source of protein. Soy is as well. Quinoa, and legumes, of course. And mixing and matching those to the different options that we're providing is really important. So instead of just serving a plate of broccoli for somebody who's a vegetarian, we want to create a whole full plate of food that has a variety of different options to it. Vegan. This is different from a vegetarian in the fact that it reduces the milk, the egg, or not reduces, eliminates the milk, egg, and honey from their diet. So 100% eliminating animal-based products from their diet. And just kind of going back to the session before that about medical needs. There is a lot of people who eat vegan and vegetarian for medical purposes or medical reasons. And so we need to be cognizant of that. I was listening to someone the other day, actually chatting with someone, and she said, no matter the dietary restriction, we have to treat it like it's a food allergy because you could be offending or making someone sick, even if it's just making them go to their room with a stomach ache for 10 hours because they have celiac disease. That's still a reason to you don't want to do that. So we have to appreciate and respect their dietary restrictions across the board. Next slide is gluten-free. So I mentioned gluten-free with celiac. There are a lot of individuals who are actually choose to go gluten-free for medical reasons because they may be a non-celiac gluten sensitive, or they're just choosing to gluten-free because of their lifestyle and it makes them feel better. No matter the reason, they have to avoid wheat, rye, and barley. Same thing with someone with celiac disease. Avoid wheat, rye, and barley. And wheat is used as like soy in a lot of our packaged foods as it stabilizes food and it actually adds some additional protein and makes them heartier. But we need to pay attention to that. Rye, you're going to see in more alcohols and the breads as shown. Barley, you're going to see in alcohol. You're going to see it in malts as a sweetener in different products. We must read the labels to avoid gluten for the individuals who are gluten-free and celiac. One difference between gluten-free and wheat allergy. Someone who is allergic to wheat, they are solely allergic to wheat. That does not mean they need to avoid rye and barley, but somebody who's gluten-free must avoid all three of them. Then you've got paleo, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. Paleo is very heavy on the meats, the vegetables, and the nuts and seeds. They avoid all dairy, all grains, so no grains whatsoever. So no corn, no wheat, no rye, no barley. They avoid all legumes and beans, soy, sugar, and processed foods. It's very all natural. They want their meats to be grass-fed, organic. They want their vegetables to be the same as well. So understanding where you're getting your food from, which was what was just mentioned in the Nestle presentation about transparency, knowing who your farmer is and where you're getting that food is very, very important for individuals. Then we jump to religious-based practices. There are a lot of religious-based holidays out there that actually come with dietary restrictions, as well just in general religious-based practices throughout the year. So you need to understand pay attention to the calendar as well as the clock on what religious-based holidays are going on at the time. Because you might have somebody who's in the middle of Ramadan and fasting. So those individuals who are attending your event can only eat when the sun is down. So how are you designing your program to accommodate them? And do you have options after sunset to provide them for some food and beverage after the program is over at the end of the day. Here's a small grid just to show you kind of a basis of different foods and beverages that these religious-based practices follow. So cattle and pigs and chickens and goats, shellfish, eggs, milk, and alcohol. Where do those fall in? Understanding all of those. Rastafarian I have on here as well. I think with halal, you can get away with a lot of different products that you can create halal without getting it certified, but kosher, you do need to make sure, and actually with halal, you need to make sure, do you need a certified kosher meal or a certified halal meal? Understanding what that means and making sure you can get those products from a local purveyor. Any questions in here for me yet so far? No, I don't see any questions. Next slide is alcohol. I mentioned this a few minutes ago as well. Individuals are avoiding it for religious and lifestyle-based reasons. We do need to ask about it on our registration forms. How do you want, are you avoiding alcohol? We need to pay attention to it in our menu ingredients, because sometimes we're cooking things in red wine and white wine and a variety of different other alcohols, making sure that you're incorporating that into your labeling of your food and beverage. And then providing quality non-alcoholic options. This is one way to look at inclusion and exclusion as well with the alcohol. Typically, we just have soda and water. So what other options can you provide? Can you do mocktails that mimic the same alcoholic options you have on the bar versus those, the ones with alcohol? Can you have the same kinds but without alcohol? All right, I just saw that I got a question. New question. Will these dietary slides, if knowledgeable, be available when the session? Yes, totally. I actually have a link for you to download them after the fact. Thanks for the question. Now, so those are dietary requests, dietary needs. Does anybody have any questions about any of those besides wanting the slides? Okay, we're going to get into operations on how to better handle the dietary requests and handle them. So my next question for you all is, what are your biggest challenges in managing dietary needs of your attendees? Claire, I just saw your comment. Love when you go to a bar and you have non-alcoholic gin as an option. Client hasn't asked attendees for their needs, last-minute requests. That's the biggest pain. That's a big pain, is last-minute requests by clients and attendees. And does anybody have any other options? Nobody's saying anything other than that. That's pretty much the request, is last-minute requests. So how do you have, that's something to think about when you're being creative. Do you have a allergy kit in the back that you have? Hey, here's some menu items that we can easily create for those people that do the last-minute requests. Okay, that sounds good. Thanks. Next slide is responsibility. So when we're talking about operations, I know the attendee is not in your operation of your venues, but you have to think of them as part of the event food chain. And they're choosing whether to come to your venue and come to your event on, is this going to be safe for me? Can I eat at this venue? What have they done in the past? Do they provide menu options with different coding on it for me to read in advance? Then you come to the meeting organizer, the person who is creating that event. Are they showing how you can register for the event and how they're going to take care of them food-wise through the communication they're providing on the event website? Do they ask the questions? Do they provide information on how those dietary needs are going to be met? And then that comes to the venues. Sales managers, like Nancy, how are you selling the dietary needs of your venue? How do you manage dietary needs? Are you talking about that with the meeting planners? And do you share how you can communicate that information with the attendees as well? And then when Nancy passes it off to her catering services manager in the property, what does that person do? How does that person communicate? What are they communicating to the meeting organizer as well as communicating to the attendee? How does that work? Then passing that on to the chef. Is the chef somebody that wants to talk to your clients? Is he willing to create menu options? And does that chef already have menu options that are free of a variety of different needs that can meet multiple needs at once? And then he's educating his line cooks on the same thing. And then it goes to the banquet captain and the server and the bartender, and then back to the attendee. Everyone on this picture, as well as people who are not on here but have roles in each one of those areas, it is your responsibility to create a safe environment. And then I just saw that a new question popped up. With a location that is a destination and different dietary channels are not closely available, what type of verbiage would a server be able to use? That is a great question. Oops. Thank you, Nancy, for putting that up. That is a great question to ask. And I think that comes down to communicating it on the event registration system as well. And then if somebody's got an event app, communicating that information, but saying clearly, hey, our event is going to be off site. So if you have dietary restrictions, it's really imperative that we know these in advance, because we're not going to have something necessarily easy to make at the last minute. So having your toolkit in the back, your food allergy toolkit, but also communicating that to the attendees up front. That's a huge opportunity to do that. Culinary process, talking about, it starts with designing, costing, and pricing your menus. So looking at right now, hopefully you all, while you're here sitting in COVID-19, looking at your menus and designing new menu options. What are you doing? How are you pricing them out? Looking at those allergen-free options or the free from vegan options as well. Where does that come into play? Client interview, definitely talking to your clients. My friend Tony Conway from a legendary event in Atlanta, when you're talking to, said this to me, he goes, if your client has said, oh, well, we don't have any dietary restrictions, we never have, and we don't ask for that, you as that venue, as Nancy said, let's be proactive and say, hey, it wasn't Nancy, it was Cindy this morning saying, hey, we know that there will be dietary requests at this event, so let's be proactive. Can you go ahead and ask your attendees? Or do you know from your past history how many different gluten-free options that you had and things like that, so we can build that into the menu? So as a venue, you need to kind of push your clients, your meeting planner clients, and saying, I know we're going to have these, so how can we get the information from these attendees? Putting information in your contract when you're ordering your food and beverage, when you're assigning the menu design and the prep in the back of the house. Receiving and storing. This is super important when it comes to different dietary needs and food allergies specifically. Do you have separate bins that actually store the food, the free from food? And is it labeled, this is gluten-free, this is egg-free, this is vegan? Do you have specific areas of your pantry and your refrigerators and freezers to store these different equipment? And understanding the receiving. So looking at your Serve Safe and your HACCP training, how do you receive foods? And are you managing those food allergies at the same time when you're receiving and storing? Putting the information on your banquet event order. We all know that banquet event orders are the end all be all for your staff. Having the information about the different dietary restrictions and what's being served on the menu spelled out on the BEO versus having it as 25 vegans is really important to have that on the BEO. Then coming to your food prep, then your room set. How are you designing your room? How are there going to be separate stations for your different food functions or different food types of food? Staffing, education of the staff, expediting. Who on your staff is going to be expediting special plates if you have special plates? Serving, clearing, and follow-up. I highly suggest following up with your attendees that have made requests for dietary restrictions to find out if they got their meals and how they like them, for one, but also if there's anything that you need to change. So back of the house, certifications. How many of your team have been Serve Safe certified as a food handler? How many have gone through the Serve Safe allergen training program? and understand the importance of food allergies back of the house and the front of the house. As I mentioned a few seconds ago, ordering and storing. How are you telling your food purveyors on the front end when you're placing the food, hey, I'm ordering this because it's free of? There is one chef in Denver that I chatted with. He had ordered a specific brand and type of tomato for one of his food menu items that he was making. And he selected that brand because it was free of a specific allergen one of the attendees had. He had done the research. Well, his food service provider ran out of that brand and then substituted another brand that actually had the allergen in it. And whoever collected or received the food did not note that on the receiving end of it. And that food got put into the menu item that was being served, and somebody had an allergic reaction. So that really goes back to showing the importance of when you're placing your order, saying no substitutes allowed. And when you're receiving, making sure that the receiver is understanding that no substitutions are allowed as well. And then storage. How are you storing that food in your pantries and in your refrigerators and freezers? Just like we have the regulations of, meats on the bottom in your freezer and refrigerator. How are you storing that and labeling it in your pantries and refrigerators? Preparing. Do you have a specific area of your kitchen or your facility that you can prepare free from foods? Or do you do it during a specific time of the day? If you're going to make gluten-free products in your own kitchen, you need to make sure that you're thoroughly cleaning that kitchen before you make those products, and make sure that you don't make any products that have gluten in them before you make those, because flour stays in the air for 12 hours. So you don't want that dust to come down and contaminate that gluten-free product. Can you do that? And then expediting. Who's going to serve it? Who in the back of the house is responsible for managing all of those dietary menu items? And then who on the front end, who are they going to be passing it off to on the front end? And how is that communicated to each side of the kitchen door? Recipes and menus. I want you to go through your menus. If you've got your menus available to you at home, go through your menus. And as you read that menu, how many of your items are vegan? How many of your items are vegetarian? How many of your items are gluten-free? Can you tell that by just reading your menu as it is written without any coding, assuming that you don't have any coding on it? But again, looking at the percentage, what percentage of your menu items are gluten-free? And is there a way that you can actually make more of those items gluten-free? Or is there a way that you can easily make those vegetarian items vegan by taking cheese off of it and making cheese an accompaniment that people can put on if they want? But I want you to go through your menus as well as the recipes that you use and see how you can make changes so that your menu can be more encompassing from the get-go without having to create personalized plates for those individuals. Here's an example of a menu. And I have circled these with different allergens. So the blue means it's wheat. There's wheat in that. The brown means that there is, what is that? The green is actually dairy, sorry. And the brown is nuts, tree nuts, sorry. So look at all those different options. Now, when you're looking at this menu, the vegan options kind of are the juice bar and the fresh smoothies, and but you've got allergens in 2 of those smoothies. And so thinking about those smoothies, if you're making them in front of people as an action station, do you have a separate container to make the ones that are nut free so that you can actually do a strawberry banana one without nuts in it? You don't know. So you can't tell from this menu item, because are you using almond milk or are you using cashew milk? I suggest going to rice milk or oat milk, those options. All of your chocolate cravings here, they all probably contain dairy. They probably all contain eggs. And 3 of them actually can contain nuts, but we don't know that. So we need to be looking at how we can do that. Make changes to those. Twizzlers I circled here. Did you know that it actually contains wheat? Twizzlers contains wheat. But how do you look at some of those options, even on that candy list there, to make different options for, provide different options for your free from clients? And then here's a dinner one. So again, green is butter, or green is dairy and milk. Blue is wheat. Red is seafood. And then I don't see any nuts on here. I haven't circled it for eggs or soy, but a lot of these things could potentially have soy in them as well as nuts, but you don't know by looking at this menu. So how can you label it? How can you provide options on this? This is the full list of options for entrees at this venue. Do you see any vegan or vegetarian options on here? To me, it would make it easier for you as well as make it easier for the event planner to have a vegan and vegetarian option on here so they can say, hey, this is what I want, versus you having to come up with something on the fly. And hopefully you're not making it on the fly because you have some vegan and vegetarian meals that you can do, but why not offer them up front? I was at an event last year and we were at a fam trip for a hotel brand. And one of the meeting planners stood up and said, I tried to order off your room service menu last night and there were no vegan options. And the food and beverage director of the hotel said, well, just pick up the phone and call us and we'll tell you what we can do vegan. And she right back at him said, why don't you already offer it? Why do I actually have to make the phone call and ask? So the same thing with different dietary restrictions, food allergies as well. Why do I have to ask what's free of, which ones are free of? And when you're talking about allergens, people want to know what it is free of, but also what it contains. And as well as what was said a few minutes ago, the transparency. We want to know where our food is coming from and what's in it. So looking at those, paying attention to that. So here, ingredient labels. Here is a picture I took of a product in my own pantry. I circled it wheat and barley, so that's gluten. We've got coconut, which is a potential tree nut. You've got milk products here. And I wanted to make note here, this is packaged in a facility that also packages tree nuts. And this came up when we were at the European conference earlier, is how do you all manage, also contained or also processed in a facility that makes packages tree nuts or other food and beverage options? You have to do your due diligence. I would call those venues or those manufacturing facilities and ask, how close is it? Is it across the room? Are you doing it on different processing timeframes? How do you manage that? It is not required that statement there is not required by law. It's a CYA statement just to help them note that there are tree nuts in the facility, but understanding where you're getting your food from is really important. Here's an example of a sandwich: turkey croissant, Swiss cheese, cranberry mayo. This is all that contains nut, egg, milk, wheat, and soy, or nut free, was not contained or was not listed on the menu I grabbed this from. All it said was turkey croissant, Swiss cheese, cranberry mayo. So I added on here just by reading it what I thought was in here in this dish. Soy, potentially, because it could be, if it's a prepackaged croissant that's made off-site, it might actually have soy in it. I think it's going to be nut-free. In the mayo, the egg is in the mayo, of course, and the milk is in the cheese. And then I only picked one item, so I don't remember if there were any vegan options on that menu, but this is just a way to list your menu items. Jumping to the front of the house, you've got captains, bartenders, servers, expediters. How are they trained? What kind of training have they gone through? That Serve Safe allergen training that I told you about a few minutes ago, that actually talks about front of the house responsibilities as well. Check that out. I would really like you to, as Cindy said earlier today, is encourage them to volunteer their time for free training. Encourage them to take training to make them a better server or a captain or bartender. What are you learning? about that. Next Wednesday, I'm actually speaking with a gentleman who does a whole session, or has a whole company, and doing an education session with me on food allergies in alcohol. And he's dedicating and doing a lot of research on finding where there are almonds and where there are fish and where there are eggs in our beverages that we're serving, so that we can be better, bartenders can be better educated on that side of the event as well. I mentioned earlier banquet event orders. Let's make sure that everything is spelled out on the banquet event orders for this side of the house, so they understand about your menus. Doing menu understanding training, letting them know what's in the food and how it's going to be served. Because when you go to a very high-end restaurant and you tell somebody you've got an allergy, and that waiter or that server knows the menu backwards and forwards, knows how the menu is prepared and how it's being served, it makes you feel so much more comfortable, and it makes you feel so much more valued, because that person knows their job. They know what they're doing, and it becomes a great selling opportunity. And I know that some of our servers are not full-time, but giving them in advance, if you know they're going to be on the work schedule next Monday, send them the menu in advance. Have them be prepared to understand the menu before they show up to work and before that shift change, saying, hey, this is what we're serving today. I just got Claire, you just made a point. Drinks in the UK don't list ingredients, which makes it very difficult if they are safe. That's so true. There wasn't actually a case last year or the year before of a woman who went to a bar in the UK, and she's allergic to eggs. And it was not disclosed on the menu that the drink that she was ordering actually contained raw egg in it. And she actually went into anaphylactic shock and was sent to the hospital. That owner of that restaurant immediately, according to the newspaper reports, said he went back and he changed his menu to also include the allergens on the beverage options, because he did not want that to happen again. And while it's not legally required right now, he took it upon himself to be proactive on that. And I think that's a great explanation and thing to do as well when you're creating, especially if you're creating custom mocktails and different cocktails that you are serving in your bars. Explain to the front of house how personalized meals will be distributed. So we're going back, we're having regular buffets. You've got the buffets laid out. You've got them labeled with what they are and what's free of. But then you've got me, who needs a personalized plate. Tell me, as well as tell your servers, how to get that personalized plate, where to get it, and who gets them. Because of those last minute requests, you can tell servers saying, hey, we only have a certain amount for people who requested these in advance. This is how they're going to get them. And then emergency procedures. I highly recommend that you train your staff as well for the symptoms of a food allergic reaction, and what are the protocols to take if you see someone having a food allergic or a diabetic reaction. Do they call the banquet captain? Do they just call 911 directly? What are your procedures to make sure that that person gets the correct medical treatment that they need? Do you have an in-house medical person to take care of that, or you need to call 911 and call the EMTs? So banquet event order, here's an example that I mentioned. You've got the regular, everything else is spelled out. It is not labeled, unfortunately, on the BEO. I highly recommend that you do label it on the BEO. But it listed here, 69 no seafood, 23 no beef. We have no idea what these people are going to get. I know one CEO of a major toy company, he was at his banquet and he's vegan, and they handed him a plate of sliced carrots as the vegan dish because it was not spelled out. It was chef's choice, and shame on that chef at that time. But as a meeting planner, I want you to get this spelled out by your catering partners. So to me, IACC member properties, start spelling this out so that your attendees and your meeting planners know what's getting served, and so that your team who's making it know what's getting served that day. And then also putting in here, label items to include. So if you've got, I do also suggest, if you've got, you're labeling for the top 8 as well, unless you're in the UK, labeling for the top 14, But if you've got somebody who's allergic to garlic or to onions, and that's going to be in a lot of products, make sure that you're including that on there so that they can read that. But I also suggest creating your menus. If you've got somebody who's allergic to mango or who's allergic to escargot, you can easily eliminate those those ingredients from menu items across the board. And so that person should be able to eat through the menu safely, and you need to communicate that information to them. All right, so how do you communicate? Let's see how you guys communicate with your attendees. Do you use buffet labels, printed, okay, BEOs, printed menus? Hey, Claire, tell me where do you work? Are you in a IAC venue in the UK? So buffet labels, that's great. I want to talk about buffet labels a little bit more right now, and then BEOs, perfect. ETC venues in the UK. I've been to one of your venues. It's beautiful. Okay, you guys are using the BEOs. I want that BEO number to go up higher, of course, to the 65% as well. I want the 65% buffet labels to get to 100% as well. And I do know that your menus change, with the seasons, hopefully. But we need to be on top of this. And if you're doing it from the event recipe or the menu recipe side of it, that can be easily communicated and passed on through the rest of those items, rest of those means. So how do you communicate? Digitally, via email, or social, and then via phone. So ways to communicate. To whom, and with whom do you communicate? So your internal operations. Talking about, I'm going to give an example. So a couple of years ago, I was planning an event at a property in Austin, and the group before us was a group of visually impaired individuals. The whole conference is a group of visually impaired. And somebody joked saying, oh, the property doesn't need to be ready for them because they can't see it. Well, that's wrong. They actually have to be even more ready for that group because things have to be in place, and the meeting planner has to communicate that same information. But that information has to go through the entire hotel operations department to make sure that everybody knows that a whole group of visually impaired people are going to come into the property. That goes with food allergies as well. So think about your operations across the board. What are you serving in your sundry shop? Do you have vegan options? Do you have gluten-free options? Do you have items that are free of dairy and gluten? Do you have any kosher snack items? Do you have any halal certified items in your sundry shop and on your menus? But you need to communicate that. The process needs to be across the board throughout your entire property, not just in the food and beverage section. And talking about it with your front, the front registration staff as well. Communicating to your purveyors. One property I was talking to, actually it was Lotta. She was saying that and this goes with being sustainable, she wanted to make sure that all of her food that she brought into the property was within a certain distance of the property. She wanted it to be 100% local. Same thing with your purveyors. You need to communicate to them what your standards are around dietary restrictions. And, we're ordering this because of this reason, or we want more gluten-free options. I'm talking to a purveyor on Wednesday on Facebook Live. She has a certified keto, paleo, top 8 allergen-free sausage company. And she sources, or she distributes through the DOT program. So, but to get it through Cisco and US Foods, there's a couple of steps to do. So making sure if you want those products, find out where you can get them, and then let the company that you use source them for you. How do you communicate to your front of the house and back of the house? And how do you communicate to your clients and guests? This sign here was a message that we sent out on an event app. We had somebody that was severely allergic to apples, and we communicated out to all of the meeting attendees about the apple allergy, because she could not be around even somebody having just eaten an apple in their room. Make sure you wash your hands, and brush your teeth, if you're going to kiss her on the cheek, things like that. So making sure you're communicating that information. How do you communicate? Back of the house, I was talking about equipment and storage. Do you have dedicated equipment for your allergen-free products? And then labeling your recipes. This is grids that I've done for clients where I've taken every single menu item on the buffet and what's being served, and I've listed it contains what allergens, it meets which dietary needs. And then this is one that I've sent actually to the venue to have ask them questions and have them fill in the answers. So my questions are, can each cereal have its own label if they are served in bulk? If they are served in their own box, it should be fine. Oatmeal, should have its own label, things like that. And then I create the buffet label. What is it going to look like? And then on this bottom one here, which hopefully you can zoom in on it a little bit, is the top 8 allergens plus the allergens that individuals who were attending the event had, and then meets the different dietary needs. Okay, digitally, this is another example of an event app on the left-hand side here. We had, when you clicked on the menu, when you clicked on the event that said lunch, you clicked that and you got it, and it popped up the entire menu with it labeled. You can use icons, you can use codes like this. I know in the EU, a lot of you use numbers, so you could use the numbers to make sure that it's labeled, but doing that on an event app as well. This vegan buffet sign is actually from the European meeting, IACC European meeting. And as you can, it's a little hard to see there, but at the bottom, it's got the numbers down at the bottom. And at the top, it's listing the items, and it tells you which numbers correspond. So number 1 was gluten, and number 2 was crustaceans findings. So you can find the items that you're looking for. And then this is one on the left that I did for another client, labeling the items, allergens that it contains, and then what dietary needs it met. And can you put those on your website as well? Ways to communicate. You've got meal cards. Make sure the meal cards are big and easy to see from your, actually, if the meeting planner is making them, make sure the meeting planner is making them large enough for your servers to see. I have seen some that are a half an inch tall, and the font size is like 7 point, and in a dark environment at an event, your servers cannot see that. So make sure that they're easily readable and clear. This one, the pork roulette, that's actually a to-go box, or it was a box lunch. And we created those, I actually created those labels for that client so that it was nice and clear on that. This one on the right, the apple smoked bacon, please do not do that. An attendee that we had was severely allergic to wheat, and he was going through the breakfast buffet, and he noticed the bread right down there was underneath the bacon to soak up all the grease. Well, the hotel had made the labels, the banquet team had made the labels without communicating to the chef, and they had noted that the bacon was gluten-free. Well, it's not gluten-free because it's got the bread underneath it. And of course, they said it contains pork. So making sure that this is clear and the people who are making your labels understand your needs or understand what's being served. All right, risk management. Those things that I just mentioned are ways that you can actually reduce your risk by implementing clear labeling, by implementing dietary needs cards, by coding your recipes and such in the back. Those are ways to reduce your risk. We're going to talk about a few more here. So I do have a question. What standard operating procedures do you do to reduce your risk? Awesome. Standard operating procedures, staff training. Let me know if your staff training is front of the house or back of the house or both. Labeling, it's all coming in about a third. That's great. That's reinforcing all of your different ways. That's 3 different ways to reinforce your standard operating procedures. And that's fantastic because your staff starts to understand it, your management understands it, your guests understand it that way. So that's really great. Collecting data. 3% of you guys we need to increase that. We need to collect more data from our attendees and our meeting planners. So we'll go to the next question. So risk mitigation, your standards, I've kind of already talked about. 7 minutes. Okay. Standards to create those, training, collecting guest information, duty to rescue, contracts. So putting that, all of that, we're going to talk about all of these right now. Creating your standard operating procedures. How do you handle dietary requests from people? Do you collect it from the meeting planners? Do you want to connect directly to the attendee? What are those procedures front of the back of the house, management wise as well? And who are you communicating those SOPs to? Everybody who's serving in the food and beverage process should be understanding all those SOPs related to it. Training. What training are you doing the back of the house, in the kitchen on different dietary restrictions? Making sure individuals understand that and doing that training on a regular basis, because food allergies change. The EU has the 14 allergens. The US has 8 that we're supposed to regulate on packaged food. Canada has, I think, 11 different foods. Australia is at 11. So what are the processes and training that you're doing so that your staff understands? And if you're a US-based company, your attendees, if your attendees are coming from Europe, they're actually used to seeing the 14 foods labeled. So you probably should be educating on what those 14 foods are for your staff as well, so they know how your guests are communicating. All right. Murray just popped in a question here. Let's see. Nancy, can you pull that question up? With a look at drinks. All right. Let's see. Hi, Tracy. Another label we use is a tamper evident label for signal service items or box lunches. That's a great idea. So that sticker that I showed for the pork roulette is actually over the box entry, so that it's covering that. So only the person who's eating it can actually get into that box. That's a great, Maria, thank you for that reiteration. That's really, really important. And then that goes with kosher meals too, because when you serve a kosher meal, if somebody wants a certified kosher meal, that plate needs to be served to them in full plastic wrapped so that they're opening it up. And I would suggest that too. If you're doing a box lunch for somebody with food allergies, make sure it's the same way so that they know nothing has been tampered with it. So put in your contracts the service methods, with your meeting planners. What are your safety guarantees? And I'm going to say Murray's venue is not 100% allergen free, and nor is Nancy's, and it's never going to be 100% gluten free. But what safety guarantees can you provide by the training that you've done in the back of the house? What certifications do you have? What expectations are you providing for your attendees on getting their food? And and your meeting planners as well. What expectations can they expect? And put that in your contracts, your BEOs and your hotel contracts when you're originally booking them. Registration. So online registration, this is collecting the data from your meeting planners. On-site assistance. We welcome people with all abilities to successfully participate in this event. Which of the following assistance do you need? And I'm putting dietary needs underneath here because in the US, the ADA allows or says that eating is a major life activity and now gives civil rights protections to those with food allergies and celiac disease and diabetes. Then ask about food allergies. If they say they have a dietary need, break it down. What are their dietary needs? And then list the top allergens, and then ask them how their food is triggered. And then this will help us with this pre-COVID or post-COVID things. Which of food functions are you attending? Because if I'm not going to attend the Tuesday breakfast, I don't want you to spend the money or the time to make me food that's going to go uneaten. It's a budget waster and it's a food waster. So we need to pay attention to that. Emergency care. What emergency actions should be in place for that attendee in case they do have an allergic or diabetic reaction? And then ask about other dietary restrictions. And then here are some of your disclaimers. Dietary needs must be indicated during registration to arrange a meal. Transparency. We strive to work with our catering partners to provide safe and delicious meals for all of our attendees. So looking at this, how are we collecting that data? So 62% of restaurant owners find food allergic and dietary needs marketplace a viable option for them. I think you should as well. And 83% of those attendees who have a bad experience, like this woman in her food, and that's not a good response from a server, like, you know what, I'm sorry, I can't help you. 83% of your guests who have a bad experience will not come back to your restaurant or your venue. But if they're fed well, 91% of them will come back, and they leave reviews like this one that I found on allergyeats.com. What a great experience. First and most important, the place is great with allergies. That is super important. You want to get that 5-star rating. So I want to know, what 2 things will you implement when you go back to work? And this is a write-in on the chats. It is not a question that we have. So let me know what you'll add, what you're going to do when you get back. And then the last slide, let's go here, is my contact information. You can use that link there to download the slides, the one that's in green. You can download the slides immediately. They're there for you. All right, I'm gonna.
Tracy.
Nancy.
Hello.
Hello.
Here's your shiny face.
See, I had it on and I don't, but it won't show up.
I don't know, man. It's technology. We're figuring it out, right?
Yes, we're figuring. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing, Tracy? Well, we can see your smiling face here, which is wonderful. It resonated in your voice, so it was perfect.
Oh, well, thank you.
So the first question I have for you is, were those carrots cooked or raw?
I think they were cooked. I hope they were cooked.
I mean, really, right?
Jesse, who Jesse States had one of those experiences as well with carrots. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
But Nancy, I mean, isn't it, every time I listen to Tracy, I realize just how complex this whole world of dietary management and allergens is. I mean, it's huge, isn't it? It really is. I learn something each and every time, Tracy.
Every time. And I think I'm going to pull it up real quick, Trace. I think we covered all your questions, but I am going to pull it up real quick. I think we hit these along the way. I thought this one was interesting with the designation that dietary channels are not closely available. What type of verbiage would you use to let guests know that they're not able to accommodate all of the requests?
Right. And I think that's just making sure that you've got options when you're designing your menus in general that they're free of maybe the top 8 as much as possible. And so that you've got some easy ways to do something on the back. My chef, Ashley, at Avalon Catering in Atlanta does that. She's got her food allergy kit in a bucket, basically, so she can whip something together. But if it's something off the wall, you never know.
Right.
But communicating that up front, for sure.
And Tracy, one of the other sort of call out features for me certainly today has been all this talk of how we're going to change our food and beverage service, maybe move to bento boxes, and you were talking about box lunches there. So it's just a reinforcement. If we change our procedures, our processes, the way we're delivering to our customers, we must at the same time think about changes that are needed in our food labeling and our dietary and allergen management, mustn't we?
100%. And I want to say too that, I mean, food allergies comes under this food safety that we're all thinking about now. And, you know, in the session tomorrow on inclusion on food and beverage, it's not, food allergies are not going away and dietary restrictions are not going away. So continuing what we already do and taking this time now to expand on it even more is a great opportunity to up your service levels.
Well, we've got your new page on the IACC website, which is live now, the food and beverage page by Tracy Struckrath. And you've given us your assurance that you can deliver vital training to front and back of house staff online in a virtual environment. So IACC members, take a look at that if you feel there is a need for Tracy to help you even more beyond the great insights today.
Well, thank you. And Warren, thank you for saying that you're going to increase your staff training and optically enhance signage. I can't say that word. And just on note on signage, if you're going back to that visually impaired group of people, the recommendation is no less than 18-point font on any signage. So for visually impaired individuals, that's the minimum that they can see at. So making sure even those buffet labels, get away from the tiny, tiny card and go to a little bit bigger card to make sure that you can fit all the information in.
Terrific. Tracy, we cannot thank you enough. It's always a treat. And as Mark said, I always take away something more when I listen to you.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. You
Awesome.
guys, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. You're wrapping us up on day one of our first virtual conference and this adventure. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. And everybody, I'm looking forward to all the sessions the next 3 days.
Perfect.
All right.
Before we head into wrap up, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and he is going to talk about our 2020 scholarship fund. Mark?
Thank you. I'd love to just take a few moments to say that every year when those membership dues hit the desks of our members, so many of you step up and contribute to our scholarship program. It's incredibly important for the work that we do with the hospitality schools and the students in getting them into the IAC community. It means so much. Just a few short intros into the ways that we do that. We invite our student communities into our regional events. We also assist our students in attending the IAC conferences around the world, both in Europe, Australia, Asia Pacific, and of course the Americas. We were working with the team at the University of Central Texas, and we will continue and make sure that we provide even more seats for the hospitality students when we do get to Dallas in March 2021. And we deliver great insights. I had the privilege of training and delivering a lesson for an NYU class, 100% remote. Although the students were participating in New York, many had gone back to their homes around the world. And with Professor Diane Devitt, we delivered a session there. So we keep those connections alive, keep building those relationships, and hopefully we will get more and more of those bright minds that are within our hospitality schools and universities to step into the meetings industry. But now let's take a moment just to see what else and what sessions that we've got for you tomorrow. Cameras roll.
warm video greeting, IACC family. My name is Alex Cabanas. I am the outgoing and former global president of IACC and CEO for Benchmark Global Hospitality. Here in my perfect coronavirus quarantine outfit, which is a t-shirt. Really looking forward to VConnect and the 700 plus attendees that are associated with this event. You know, IACC has been a part of Benchmark for 30 plus years. I've been a part of IACC for 12 years and have said many, many times in my tenure as a board member and a participant and a volunteer that you get out of IACC what you put into it. No better time than now in the midst of crisis, in the midst of no playbook for how to think about meetings and events and conferences going forward, to be surrounded by the best minds in the business across the world. This is obviously a very different time and an unprecedented time. So the last thing that you need is to be alone. You need to be with a community. You need to be, as we have said lately, with a tribe that cares deeply about what it's like to deliver a phenomenal meeting, even in the midst of a world of social distancing. And keep in mind, this will not last, right? It will pass and we will come together again. What's going to be different? What technology might be different? What behavior patterns might advance? What new things may we have to think about in our industry? Again, what a great opportunity to be part of this community and learn and adapt and innovate. So excited to have you all as a part of it. Looking forward to participating in the sessions. I love this community, love this organization, and glad that you're all a part of it. Enjoy VConnect. Thanks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how did we get to the end of day one of Virtual Connect so quickly? I can't believe I'm wrapping up the day, and it's been incredible to see all the engagement from all of our members around the world. I don't know about you, but at the real Americas Connect, we do get some of those European and Australian Asia Pacific members join us. However, today it's been so rich in the exchange between Europe, Americas, Australia, so it truly has become a global conference. I'd love to see in the chat, share the session that you enjoyed the most or the learning you enjoyed the most. And don't forget to be able to put in questions that are still got in your mind that we can put into that session on Wednesday. It was fantastic to see so much IACC love around the chat boxes and through the emojis today, and people getting together virtually. Personally, a little disappointed that we had no gate crashing of family pets or of family members, but then that's just down to the fact that our incredible presenters were so professional and they did an awesome job. All four of our sessions today were incredible. As we come to our closing graphic, I'd like to thank everybody you could not see behind the scenes that really nailed it. To talk about the word pivot, these guys absolutely pivoted. So to Mehdi, to Tim, to Sabrina, to Christian from at Sodexo, and also to Kate, and Tim especially. Thank you so much, all of you, for day one. And it's my pleasure to wrap up, and we will see you all tomorrow, I'm sure.